All right, all right, all right. Shout out to everybody out there listening. It's the Nature Sports Podcast, man. You know what it is. The major Mondays. We try to get y'all caught up on all the weekend hoopla here on Redskins Nation. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. So, you know what I'm saying? We got Point B in the building. I'm
What
pretty
up? What up?
sure Point B in the building.
What's good, man? Point B, 10-year vet, man. Been doing this a long time and glad to be here on Major Monday.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And I'm sure we're gonna have Big Son in the building, Uptown Vito in the building. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Everything good. Everything good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm getting a little Instagram feedback. My bad. I'm getting a little Instagram feedback. My bad. Getting a little Instagram feedback. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. It's been a couple things that happened this weekend. We're gonna go over all of them. I'm gonna try to get the fellas on. You know what I'm saying? While we go um, over those few things that's going on Redskins nature. You know what I'm saying? But first thing is first. We was on last week and we started to talk about the schedule, right? We started to talk about the schedule and everything. After this weekend and seeing how everyone else saw things, do you got anything to add regarding the schedule or take back regarding the schedule? After everybody else had their little input, I know you've seen everybody else have their input. What do you still feel about the schedule now that you've seen what everyone else had to say? Because we did it the day of. So now seeing what everybody else had to say, what you got to say about the schedule?
I mean, mine's pretty much the same. My sentiment's pretty much the same. I picked certain things off of analytical mindsets. You know what I mean? I analyze a lot of different things and where we fall, uh, where where we fall on the schedule. You get what I mean? For another team, like let's say Chicago, right?
Right.
Because we play Chicago mid-season. You know what I mean? I don't expect um, everybody, all of the analysts, to know what's going to happen mid-season. By
Right.
then, there will be injuries. By then, it will be trades. By then, it will be a lot of different stuff going on in the league. So I don't assume to so I wouldn't change anything right now. You know, people want to say a lot of stuff. I seen that a lot of people picked us to do very bad. Um, even seen a 2-15. I'm not sure exactly who that was exactly, but I seen somebody say that we would go 2-15. So I think it's a lot of hype. I think that a lot of people have picked against us in a lot of spaces, but I don't think that they understand what we've put together here.
Yeah, I agree. And one of the reasons that I wanted to tap into that is because, and we're going to go over those today. You know what I'm saying? We're going to go over the power rankings today and different things that was said over the weekend during the day. But the general sentiment around most of the league is that this team, Washington, will not be a power player in the NFC East. And that Washington will struggle. Now, the Washington fans are really excited about what we got going on. True indeed. A lot of the Washington fans I've seen a 13-4 yesterday or today. I didn't get your final record though. And so if we could get that from you, because I think I got everybody else final record. Vito said 10-7, I believe. Big Son, I believe, said 10-7 as well. So I didn't get your final record. So what you got on the final record point?
Yeah, I could get about. I probably agree with them around 10-7, 9-8 potentially. Uh, but I think we have the ability to win up to about 13 games this season.
I agree. Shout out Vito in the building. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Vito. Let Vito go ahead and get his introduction on. You know what I'm talking about?
Welcome, everybody that's here with us tonight. You know what I'm saying? You know who it is. Uptown Vito, live in the front with you, giving our personal opinions and our analysis on up-to-date things that are going on with my favorite and one of the only teams I recognize, the Washington Redskins, also known as the Washington Commanders. What's going on, fellas? How y'all today, man?
What up? What up?
Yeah, man, good, man. Feeling good on this major Monday. You know what I'm saying? Feeling good on the major Monday.
With what Leo said, I would just like to ask, what would be the three games you see as losses in the 13 win season option?
No, I said, oh no. I was saying that I saw 13-4. I saw a
No,
four.
no, no. I'm
No, I
asking
think
Leo
I
before I
think we
ask
could
you.
win up to
Oh,
13 games.
Well,
oh,
who would
okay.
be who would be the four losses you
The
believe in
four,
the four? Yeah, well, in that record, who we would believe the four losses would be?
um, Baltimore potentially. You know, I would say maybe Cincinnati, depending on how well they're playing early in the season. Uh, Potentially one of our division opponents. If we don't sweep the division, one or two of our division opponents. That I think we're going to sweep the Giants straight out. The Cowboys or the Eagles might be one of those losses. I think, and I feel like I'm leaving somebody out.
Browns.
I feel like I'm leaving somebody out.
Do you need the schedule? Want me to throw the
That's a
schedule back up?
powerhouse. Yeah, pull the schedule up for me. I'm saying if I can't get it on my end real quick.
Got you. Here we go.
Um,
It's right here on the board.
okay. The Bears, potentially. You know,
Whoa, the Bears?
yeah, yeah. And of course the Bucks. So like I'm not saying that we will. I think those will be the losses. The five teams that we may potentially lose to in this season. Um, like I think that they can potentially beat us. Right now, the Giants don't scare me as much. Um, the Cardinals don't scare me, but as you allude to a lot of times, it's about when we play them. You know what I mean? So the Cardinals could scare me if they are 0-3 and we are, let's say, 3-0, then that might be our loss. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that we're gonna go 3-0 off the jump, but let's say we are, and the Cardinals are 0-3, Vegas gonna steal right there. You know, people gonna bet on us, and they're gonna steal right there easily. So but yeah, right now I would say the Ravens for sure could be counted at. Now, I'm not saying that we can't win the game. I'm saying that could be counted as a potential loss. You know what I mean? For sure. The Bucks potentially. Like I said, the Bucks potentially. You know. Uh, yeah, I see a couple of those games potentially being an issue.
Let me see. On my end, I don't get it. Okay, so I think that and it's no offense to the Bears. This is no offense to their team. I just don't see them competing with us. I just don't see them competing with us. I've heard this a lot around Redskin Park over the last or not Redskin Park, the Redskins community. I've heard this out of Redskins Nation over the last, weekend. Over this weekend, there's been a lot of talk about that Bears game. And for me at least, I cannot see them competing. I've watched Jayden Daniels and I've watched Caleb Williams. I thought Jayden Daniels was a better prospect. Y'all know I said that, so I thought Jayden Daniels was the second best prospect outside of Marvin Harrison Jr. And I thought Marvin Harrison Jr. was 1A to Neighbors. So I thought Neighbors was a high end prospect as well. So that's why, from my perspective, it was just like, okay, but everybody's really keen in on Daniels. Everybody's really keen in on Daniels. You know what I'm saying? I mean, sorry,
I, look,
on everybody's
well,
really
it's not
keen in on Williams.
about Williams though. Like,
Well,
look
I
what.
think that
Go ahead, V.
no. I was just gonna say real quick that to be fair, and I said this, and as much as I don't like some of the outside of football things, I'm not the quarterback guru of the group or anything like that, and it's no shot or and more praises to you that I know that you study the stuff, bro. But let's be honest, this kid was a Heisman winner as
Right.
well. His Heisman numbers are just as phenomenal as his production last year. And like I said, with the defense that that team had over the last 2 seasons, I don't believe that they had enough help to really give him the type of season that he could have
Right.
had. Uh, don't get me wrong, one prospect did some things that were phenomenal, and then another prospect did some things that you can't even score with. You know what I'm saying? You can't even score with the way that you score things because there's not really a score you can put up there besides perfect. And no, everybody makes mistakes. Jayden Daniels had some throws that I'm pretty sure that everybody would have said he could have had back. Some throws that maybe some other guys would have said was bad. But he had one of the higher completion percentages in college football. He's had one of the better Heisman seasons that anyone has had in college football. Even with Caleb having a really, really, really good season the season beforehand, I think in the SEC the competition is just a little bit different. Did they have a super team? No, they had a lights out offense though. And without having a major running game aside of himself, I'll even say that they could have had improvements on their offense where a Joe Burrows, who's not a running quarterback, was able to get the best of all aspects of being a stand in the pocket quarterback because they had Edwards Hilaire at running back and
Right.
they had lights out wide receivers as well.
Right.
So Daniels having to create more offense is, I believe, why he was able to get the Heisman again. I mean, Heisman this year over anybody else is because he had to get 1,100 yards to kind of catapult himself above everybody else. I won't, but to give credit to Caleb, where I was going with all of this is that Caleb had 10 touchdowns, even though he only had a little under 200 yards rushing. So what it means to me is that in the goal line, your leader is willing to stick his nose in there to get touchdowns. Now, maybe this is a call that's made intentionally by your coordinator to help with his stats or something like that. But in previous seasons, he's been used in similar situations. And again, just that tough, just to show that you are that tough and willing to stick your nose in there says a lot for your teammates. And I believe that outside of the football stuff, I mean, outside of football antics, on the field, I believe if he changes the atmosphere for them the way that we're expecting Jayden Daniels to change ours, I believe that he's going to have a really, really hungry fan base behind them that hasn't seen winning in just as much as time we have.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I personally feel like it's not just about Caleb Williams though. It's about what they put around him. You know, Rome Aduzier. You know what I mean? We all know what type of caliber receiver he can be in the NFL. Then you
Well,
got a go ahead.
what scares me with that little bit, Leo, though, is that maybe and maybe where Roe is looking at it from. I'm not sure if he gave this particular aspect, but where their defense needs another year. Like I feel like maybe we need another year at the wide receiver spot. Like just as far as upgrade. I don't know if they made. I feel like they should have attacked free agency with their defense the way that they did their offense. If they had did the same thing that we did defensively on with them and then drafted like they did with the offense, I would have been a little bit more worried about Chicago. I feel like they're going to be in a situation where their defense is good some weeks, and then a lot of other weeks, Caleb is going to have to be the shootout quarterback. This is going to be the situation, and it's just the first year, but it's going to be a situation where he's going to have to win those battles and not lose them. And the type of football that the pros don't want him to play is hero ball because in the NFL, defenses are a little bit better than what they were in college. So that's what I think the challenges will be for him. And in that aspect that Rowe, I think, doesn't see the immediate success with him. I think it's just the challenges that he'll face. Remember, I told you, if he can face the challenges and the media, I think you're dealing with a tough kid coming years ahead.
Yeah, but I'm saying like um they still added other players on that offense as well. You know what I mean? They have a full
Right.
complete offense, meaning that they can go in the game and have a mindset of shootout. You get what I mean?
Yes,
They can
yes, yes, yes,
definitely have
yes.
a shootout mindset and win those games. When you think about Keenan Allen, Keenan Allen is not only a receiver that can make plays for you, but he could be one of those uh I need a first down catch receivers. You know what I mean?
No, he's
Um
possibly a Hall of Fame.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. And
I
then
can
and
say
then you got a DJ Moore who can make big plays. You know? And so when you add that with you and you add Swift who can be their running game, you know, I think that they can go into games and win games. So I
and I
don't
think they
know.
still got Herbert as their backup, like him or what the other guy that they had as a backup. I still think they got their backup who's pretty good too.
Yeah. So they got a complete offense, I think, you know, and I think that when you look at that, when you go into that, you can see that this is going to be a team that you're not just going to run over. It's not going to be the Bears of old at all.
I can see that, but I'm more on what Vito said. To Vito's point, for one, I'm not confident in Eberflus at all. That's one
Yeah,
problem.
that's my biggest question mark of all, and I think that that's who's going to get the curse. Like, I don't think it's necessarily going to be the Bears franchise because I do think that they have made stride. Their GM did a really good job in the offseason outside
Yes.
of firing Eberflus. I think that his job needs to be on the line only because if that coach does bad, I believe you got you. He's probably going to keep his job because of that stadium deal that they're trying to get in place. But I honestly feel like he should lose his job too because not only with the Justin Fields situation, you allow the coach to keep his job who's underperformed every season he's been
Right,
Yeah.
right. And I
there.
felt like
And
I,
with Mike Tomlin, how do you blame the quarterback when at some point in time either your coaching scheme, your offensive coordinator, or something's not working and you didn't choose to change it? So even if you did, you didn't get it right. And so many more coaches have lost their job in less time than that. And I just don't understand the relationship for real.
yeah,
Well, I think that when you think about just one of the most improved teams from last year, I think it is one. I think it is the Bears, at least on paper. You know what I mean? And so
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know how bad they do, but I do think that they will do fairly decent because I do feel like, um, they got Kerrigan. I don't know how to say the guy name, but the dude from Yale. You know what I mean? To protect
the offensive tackle.
Caleb Williams. You know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about? The left tackle.
yeah, no,
You
the
know,
tackle. Yeah.
when you think about that, that offense is built to keep them in games. The offense is built to keep them in games. Now, will they
No,
win?
but that's why I said I'm now. But see, now this is the situation where I don't know. I'm with Rowe. I don't know if Eberflus is the smart enough coach to coach an offense like this. This is where I say that Caleb Williams may have a Sam Howell-esque type of season where you're forced to now use your own talent above what the coach is calling.
that
You know what I'm saying? Like you may be trying to
I
now
can agree
force
with that.
something because the coach is calling something that just doesn't make sense in the situation. And even if you trust in the coach to make the right play, because again, you're a pro now and you don't have Cliff Kingsbury or anybody of any familiarity there. So you got to go with, you know what I'm saying, what's presented to you. But I don't know if that coach is that talented offensively. Like again, in a tank season, we get beat by the Bears bad. But the
Yeah.
Bears didn't do that to nobody else because
No.
nobody else was in a tank season. They didn't do that. They won games. They didn't do that to everybody else, though, which means that I feel like even with the upgrade on offense, because you did not pay attention to the defense as much. Do I think that the defense is going to be better than what they were in the beginning of last year? Yes. Sweat is going to be reliable and he's going to be consistent, but you
that's
have to
true.
be good everywhere else. You know what I'm saying? Their cornerback. They did lock in one of their main cornerbacks for a while. So you got one side down. They tried to make improvements in their secondary and stuff like that to try to stay relevant in that area. And I only honestly think that the Bears do well this year because I think that their division didn't improve that much.
Yeah,
They do have a tough division. I will say that.
I don't
yeah,
know if they improved. I don't like the Packers. The Packers are the Packers, and LaFleur hasn't proven to me that that division isn't his. Like right now, that division belongs to him. So you got the Packers, all right. And even though I think that the Bears can beat the Packers this year based on the offense that they have in comparison, I still think that LaFleur is the better coach. He's a better coach than Eberflus. That's why I picked him to beat McCarthy in the playoffs because I think that he's just a better coach. He's averaged 13 wins, even though they got him as a wild card last year. He's averaged 13 wins every season. You know what I'm saying? Except for last year. So I just won't see him having a bad year. Them losing Aaron Jones, but then replacing it with Josh Jacobs, and they like running the ball, and that's a heck of a running back. I don't know if they necessarily lose a step outside of if Jordan Love plays bad or not. He has to play bad in order for them not to at least be in first place in that division. I don't think that the Vikings got better. I think that they'll have
But
their
they
bumps and
got
bruises
Kevin
as
O'Connell
McCarthy.
though. O'Connell's a good coach.
I don't know if JJ McCarthy's ready yet.
I don't like JJ McCarthy. He's thinking it up too. The reports out of there has not been good on him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He is
I don't
thinking
think
it
he's
up.
ready yet. I think he was for it. Like that. Remember I said that on draft night. Some of these teams, to
Right.
me, even though these are good picks, like they're essentially good picks if you look at the future. But right now, like what they were bad at last year, what they need to replace right now, the Vikings should have traded up to try to get Drake May or somebody else if they were going to get a quarterback. If you're not going to get a quarterback, you fish in free agency if you're letting go $180 million. I don't know why they didn't go get Russell Wilson.
They didn't let him go. Actually, he was poached.
whatever way he was, what I'm just saying is that you don't choose to go with a rookie who isn't one of the best on the board if you're the Vikings at that spot.
I agree.
Or you get Bo Nix. You get the better quarterback, not the one who won championships. That's cool.
Yep.
You won. You know how many college quarterbacks won championships? Vince Young got a college championship. Ask him how many Super Bowls he been to.
Me personally, I would have went Joe Milton and just took my shot.
I don't think their offense is built like that, but at the same time, I'm with you. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm not. Well, actually, yes. With a Justin Jefferson, maybe I can bring myself seeing the Dante Culpepper type of return. But that means that I need to go with, and I can pick Milton late, which means that at number 12, I pick one of these wide receivers like a Brian Thomas or somebody like that early, because now I need somebody to pair with my Justin Jefferson from injury.
Exactly. That's what I would have done. I don't know about everybody else. Me personally, I would have got Joe Milton.
So you still need another outside guy. And again, three wide receivers with Joe Milton and a decent running game and a defense gives you a shot.
Yeah, I mean Jordan Addison. I like Jordan Addison.
Arm strength. Was he a guy going downfield on a lot of attempts and stuff like that, where you feel comfortable with him leading your team in that way? And I'm just not sure if he's ready. Kirk Cousins, yes, we all have our gripes with Kirk Cousins. Y'all go on him a lot more than I do. At the same time, Kirk Cousins is going to get your main guy the ball because
he's better than McCarthy.
He wants to make his money. He's going to get the stats.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins is better than McCarthy.
To me, to let that go to pick up McCarthy, this means that you are in that. Yeah, you in a recalibration state. Picking McCarthy means you're in a rebuild.
Yeah. Now that part I can agree with. Kirk Cousins is much better than McCarthy, and I'm not a Kirk Cousins fan, so that tells you a lot. If I'm saying that, that tells you a lot. If I'm saying that, it tells you a lot about McCarthy. You know.
Just a relative news. I don't know if you guys brought it up or not, but I watched the interview with our middle linebacker with Bobby Wagner.
Bobby Wagner.
Yeah, I've watched it.
Yeah, Bobby Wagner did an interview recently, and I did not know that Ken Norton Jr.
The Cowboys tried to sign him.
Coach. No. They didn't. I'm saying that I did not know that Bobby Wagner won the Cowboys. So let's also speak that out too, because the Cowboys will point that out with us every year if they got a chance to. The Cowboys did not try to sign Derrick Henry, and they did not try to sign Bobby Wagner, who wanted to go to the Cowboys.
Right, he did. Well, he wanted to go. He said it. He said you gotta ask Dallas.
I was saying that outside of him playing with Dan Quinn in previous seasons with Seattle, I did not know that Ken Norton Jr. was his linebackers coach.
Yeah, but you know what? That's because we haven't gone over the defense. Shout out to Point, because Point said we need to go over the defense. That's because we haven't gone over the defensive coaches yet.
Yeah, I've been saying that the whole time.
I didn't know that that's his.
Ken Norton Jr. is our linebackers coach.
That is the big one of the biggest reasons why he signed with us. And what you said, bro, on last show, he will be coming back as long as we don't stink it up. Like as long as we
Yeah.
don't like just play bad and handle it badly, he will likely be back. I think that's just a introduction price tag for what we're willing to give you or what we're going to give you based on performance. Also, to add to that, that Frankie Louvu is his favorite linebacker. So
Mm.
I do believe that we're going to try to lock up Louvu on a long-term deal after his 3 years are up, bearing that that is the end of or around the ending time of Bobby Wagner. So if we don't have a middle linebacker to replace, like I said, well, I ain't say like I said, but Louvu will likely take that spot. Um, and again, just because he likes him just means that it's somebody. One, he's worked out with him in the off season before he was a Panther. Once he was a Panther, he said they continued to work out in the off season, and he watched
Yeah.
him grow from being a basically a walk on with the Panthers to being a starter. So he really likes everything about Luvu. So that again excites me more because how much of activity I felt like he was going to be or have. I feel like now is going to be like real fun to watch those guys. And Payne and Allen, if they aren't Pro Bowlers this season, I'd be ashamed of the vote because I don't know how these guys don't go to the Pro Bowl unless they send Bobby Wagner and Louvu because of how much they open up things because those things don't go on the stat sheet.
Well, I would say this. Even with Louisville, you add Jamin Davis to that, and I think we have a linebacker core that can last about 5 years or better. You know what I mean? Because you look at Louisville, he's a guy that's going to last. I think at least this contract, without a problem in 3 years. I don't think that's going to be an issue. Bobby Wagner, like I said, it depends on how long he plays, but he sounds like he wants to play for a couple years, so maybe 2 years or something like that, year to year on the contract. And then Jamin Davis, if he develops, especially being along with Louisville and being along with Wagner, I think he could be here another 4 or 5 years as well as with Louisville. So
I tell you this. I tell you this: if Jamin don't have double digit, if his role is to be a attacker and to get sacks or to play heavy and getting run stops, if he does not have double digit tackle for losses or double digit sacks, I don't know if he comes back. And I'm not going against him. I'm just saying that how big I think the draft class will be this year as far as defense. And I think you can find some really good edge rushers. And I'm with Jamin Davis. I like him as a linebacker. I don't want him to be released or traded or anything like that. I'm not saying
I'm
that that's
saying
something
depending on his development.
I'm just saying if no. But that's what I'm saying. By them not picking up that option, I believe that the development is, hey, you've already been a pro for this amount of years. We're gonna put you in our system and see how well you work in the system. Your re-signing will be based on your performance. It's a performance based. But now me personally, I actually like that. I don't think that he won't be a pro anywhere else if he doesn't, what I'm saying, play under the scheme well. I just think that I like performance based contracts because you get the best out of players like that. If anybody remembers anybody in the NBA when they in contract years, you usually get the best from one because they two, you know what I'm saying, they plan to keep their jobs if they want to play for that organization. So I actually like the option for that to be instead of picking up the 50-year option. Because picking up the 50-year option kind of says that if you don't work out for us, then maybe you're one of our bench guys next year. I don't want you walking in feeling like that's where you can be at or where you got to be at. I want you to feel like your job matters or it's on the line.
I actually agree with you, Vito, on the
Well, yeah,
performance
I
base.
agree with that, but I'm just saying, like, development wise, he gonna get a lot of time with two really good linebackers, right? And I think what's his name? The guy we drafted, Jordan. I can't think of his
McGee,
last name. McGee, Jordan. Yeah, Jordan McGee. I think he'll develop as well. Behind that, he may end up taking Jamin Davis' role if it works out. You know what I mean? And then they draft another middle linebacker to go behind. You know what I mean? So I think that rotation um, for the middle linebacker position could be
because they got
sold up for a couple years. I think that's probably one of our strongest positions on defense. Now, I would say that they're even comparable to the front seven.
Yeah, I actually like that though, Vito, what you said about
You
performance
got an
based.
all pro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I really like that what you said,
And a
Vito,
guy that
about
led the
about
league in tackles last year.
yeah, I really like what you said, Vito, about the performance based contracts. Um, I think
So
that
yeah.
yeah, no. I think that's the strong suit. You know what I'm saying, Vito? I like what you said about the performance based contract. I never thought
Can
about
you hear
that
me, bro?
before. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So I think like I really think that the development of Jamin Davis is gonna be really important here.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, I was saying that I really like what you were saying about the performance-based contracts, Vito, because that is really a strong suit. Vito's gone. I think so that because that's really a strong suit, on the performance-based contracts. Um, that really does give a lot of players incentive to play better. I mean, and I think that if you do want the best players, that's really what you must get is a performance-based contract. I think that's just genius, actually. And I think we should move more towards performance-based contracts than we have done in past years. So I'm with you on that one, Vito. That was a really good take um on the performance-based contracts. 1,000,000%. You know. We got a couple things going on around Redskin Park. So I want to make sure that we definitely chime in and tap into that while we're here. Because there is massive things going on around Redskins Park. So I want to make sure that we do tap into that while we're here. And I think we could just start it up and see what I'm gonna see what y'all think over the weekend. And I'm gonna play the clip. Over the weekend, Washington signed a few people. And so let's get that up here. Boom. Over the weekend, um, Washington signed Dwaune Jones to be our scout as the national scout. Oh, I got the wrong. Hold on, got the wrong graphic. Give me 1 second. Oh, these graphics probably the wrong graphics. Okay, yeah. Let's start. Actually, let's start with this one. Let's start with this one. The social media effect. Let's start with this one. Over the weekend, Tom Brady had a luncheon. Jay-Z was there. And a lot of quarterbacks, a lot of familiar faces was there. And so I'm gonna get the clip up in a second. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get the clip up here for you guys. But while we do that, Tom Brady made a very strong statement about players building their brands and how social media has changed the outlook of the NFL, based on a lot of players wanting to build their brands rather than build a team. And he said you're not going to win like that, in fact. So, how do you guys? I want to get y'all guys take. We're gonna send it around the room. How do you guys feel about social media, and how it's changed the NFL? In any way, whatever take you got on the social media in relation to the NFL, how do you think it's changed it? We send it around the room if you guys with me.
Out. So I personally think that the NFL has changed dramatically by social media. Um, Now you can scout people better. The scouts, they can go out, but they can also view tape at home. So that's one thing via social media. So I think social media for athletes is a beautiful thing. You know, it gets the chance to display their talents even before they get to a national stage. You know.
Definitely agree with that.
Um, that's one thing. Two, I think that when you add social media, you have now you're teaching kids how to conduct themselves, hopefully, on social media. You know, because like the athletes that want to be athletes, they can't be on social media smoking weed and waving guns and doing
That's
some of
true.
the other stuff that is done on social media. You know, you teach them how to conduct themselves in public. Hopefully they have someone at home that's helping navigate them through social media the right way, especially if they want to be athletes.
That's
Um,
true.
in a negative effect that they can be doing some of those things and it can hurt them in the future. So it's a double-edged sword when it comes to that, because if they don't have somebody in their ear letting them know that, you know, this is going to be their digital footprint, they will have a situation where you get uh, they'll have a situation where you get a issue later down the line. whether it be them pulling up old tweets or them pulling up old videos.
Yeah.
So when you add social media, you add, and this is before even getting to the pros. So I'm talking about beforehand. And so now, when you talk about what goes on in social media on the other end, you talk about the pros. They now have a platform where people are going to listen to them. Okay. So it could be used for positive things like outreach programs, like camps, like several different things like that. And it could be used in a negative sense where they may say something that publicly is not going to be accepted, you
Mm.
know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think that it is a double-edged sword, but I think that it can benefit and it has benefited quite a bit. But I also think that it's hurt a lot because when you think about a situation like the Ray Rice incident, how it flushed over social media so fast, and people passed judgment. Not saying that he was right in that situation, but people pass judgment not knowing the whole situation because all you get is that small clip of the worst of it. Okay. So you don't, a lot of times social media doesn't catch the lead up points to see what really happened. They just catch the worst part of the situation and now they pass judgment on once that situation has escalated to beyond where it should be.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think Vito, you got a take on this? I don't know if Vito with us. Um, for me at least, I think social media is is a poison almost. And what I mean by that is um I believe it's a couple things that happens that I believe through social media. One, a lot of athletes get to seeing what other athletes are doing on social media. Now let me say this. I do think the athletes of today handle it very well. I'm not gonna lie. It's rare that you see athletes out, that you're gonna get the trash talking. You do those tweets and those Instagram tiffs, they do end up on national broadcast. That I will say. When players talking trash against each other, all this stuff eventually does end up on national broadcast.
Yeah, so it pushes the rivalry sometimes.
It's been pushing the rivalry lately. I will say that. It's been pushing the rivalry lately. I think it does wonders for fanship. I think it does wonders for fanship to where, it's just a lot of the people who normally, you know, probably wouldn't even care about the game, care about it now, because they see the exchanges going on between, some of the more serious fans. Um, so I think that's one thing that, one reason that it's really helped everybody. And shout out to big boy C, my man C out there, you know what I'm saying? Shout out. I don't know if he's still with us, but I see a couple people there. Whatever Redskin players might be on, because I think we got a few of them, whoever, is currently with the team, man. Shout y'all out, man. Y'all know what we do, man. We 10-year vets. So I think we got a couple players though that's chiming in, that's looking looking in on us. So yeah, I think the guys who are currently in the NFL are doing really well because it could be bad. It could be really ugly. It could be really ugly, and it's not. It's really not. Again, I think it helps a lot of fans. It helps a lot of fans interaction with the games. I think it sells a lot of tickets. I think it sells a lot of jerseys. So in that sense, for business, I think it's great. I think it's great. I think it helps. Um, even a lot of players who people follow that you might won't do not get a chance to see who they are outside of the field. I think it also helps with that too. I think it does give people insight on, just who all these different people are, outside of just football. Now, flip side, um, I think in bringing up your point, when things are going left, I do believe that social media fuels a little bit of the fire. fans the fire, pours gasoline on the fire. And if anybody want an example of that, look at the Diddy situation with the Cassie video. I believe social media has fanned that fire. It's a bad video, don't get it twisted, but if people would have heard about the video or even seen it on CNN, if it was on CNN and there was no social media, for instance, everyone just time frame wise, would never have had an opportunity to even see the video. People would have had to wait till it come on the news or wait till it came on CNN or whatever the case may be. But right now, it's in the palm of your hand. So if an incident happens, you can go right to your palm of your hand, put the title in YouTube, and pull the whole incident up and be able to see everything that happens and formulate an opinion. Go to another site, whether it's ESPN, whether it's the Shade Room, whether it's whatever sites you follow, you can go right to a site where people are talking about it and voice your opinion on that. It's really new. That's a new anomaly in the NFL. That's never really been that way. So I think in situations of malice, or situations where there is dissent, or situations where something negative is happening, I do believe social media will play more of a negative side in that than a positive side. I don't really look at it as a positive in that sense. When things are just not going right. I think that it can get really ugly because you have a social media. It's but to Brady's point, a lot of players begin to play for social media and not for their team, right? So they begin to play for social media and not for their team. And I think that is more about the point that Brady was making when he told these guys, hey, there's nothing wrong with brand building and trying to get you some commercials or whatever, sponsorships, or whatever it is that you're doing in regards to social media. There's nothing wrong with that. But a lot of times it is getting in the way of your team. You're more focused on that than you are your team. And Brady feels like, which I agree with Tom Brady here, that's not going to work. You're not building nothing like that, and I totally agree with Tom Brady on that. It's a lot of people who really just could care less about the team and care more about brand building. That's what they're in it for. So let's get the Brady clip up. I'm gonna pull the Brady clip up. Let's get the Brady clip up. Let's get the Brady clip up right now.
About us. And the biggest problem I see with a lot of the young players today, you guys are making it too much about I and me because of social media, because of branding and all that. It's fine. You're not going to win. There was a difference between being a star and being a champion.
Your talent gets you there. Your work ethic and your discipline takes you to where you want to be.
Every day of practice is important. You know why? Because when I was on the Patriots and we had 20 years winning, every day was a big day. I treated a preseason game, I treated a regular season like it was a Super Bowl. So when I got to the Super Bowl, it was just another day for me.
Yeah, shout out to Tom Brady, man, for the clip, man. Shout out to Tom Brady, man, for those words of wisdom, man.
Great clip.
Yeah. Shout out to Brady, man. The best. A lot of people say the best, one of the best athletes and it's no disputing this. One of the best athletes to ever play a team sport is no disputing that. No disputing that. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. In that sense of what he said is, you're not gonna win like that. If you worried about your brand and worried about all these other things going on with you, you don't have to worry about winning the Super Bowl. If you taking practice, you in practice more worried about what your clips look like on social media and what your pictures look like for social media, and not really focused and locked in on winning, you're not really gonna win like that. We got Big Son in the building, man. Shout out to Big Son. You know what I'm saying? Let me go ahead and let him get his 5 minutes of shine, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's that boy Big Son, the one and only one. You know what I'm saying? 10-year vet. Still getting it in. Bring y'all the rough and raw analyst right here on the Nature Podcast Sports Show. Y'all already know what it is.
What you got on this, B Son? What you got on this discussion right here,
I
man?
mean, honestly, That's how I was taught when I was in high school. You prepare in practice for the big game. So when the big game comes, it's easy work. Vito talked about a coach we had in high school. I don't know, man. Vito, I think Vito was there a couple years before me. But anywho, Coach Tillman for the Roosevelt Rough Riders. Easy kill guy, easy going, but about business. Coach told us if you guys practice hard and play through your plays, when game day come, you have a field day. It's easy work. It's only easy work. That's like if you practice so much at your craft that it's like, it's
Second
like a
nature.
piano player. You know what I'm saying? You ever see a piano player, don't even look at the keys? That's how it is. Like you gotta be that tuned in. So when game day come, or like he say Super Bowl, he practice preseason, and that's what I was saying about last year in preseason. Yes, it's big. You want that momentum. You
That's
want your
true.
team to
That's true.
feel like we doing something around here.
That's
Because
true.
if you don't, you're gonna get the result that we had last year.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? So I respect it.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah. And for everybody who want to listen, you want to look in or peek in, we got some stuff on YouTube and on the Instagram page. If you want Instagram peeking in right now, we do got some stuff up there on the Instagram page where we got some old preseason games that we did that we broadcasted last year, and a lot of what we saw in preseason last year is what showed up in the games during the season. The offensive line was horrible in preseason. We noted that. Regular season came, the offensive line was horrible. So a lot of the things that we ended up running into or peeking in on and chiming in on during the preseason is exactly what happened during the regular season. It's exactly what happened during the regular season. What you got to say, point about the Brady clip after seeing it?
Um, I mean, it's exactly what it should be. This is Tom Brady. This the GOAT talking. And if there's anybody that understands practice how you play, it's gonna be the GOAT. You know what I mean? So like, I'm glad that he had held this, him and Jay-Z and a couple other big heavy hitters. But when you got those two greats telling you how to become great, and they're giving you a blueprint, no pun intended, they're giving you a game plan to go for success. I think that that's a beautiful thing, when you got Jay-Z and Tom just telling you this is how it is, this is how you become me, this is how you become better than me, and you got Tom Brady saying, hey, every single practice I practice like it was the Super Bowl. When I got there, this was just another opponent. So I think that's a beautiful thing. I couldn't be more proud of that situation.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Jayden Daniels was in there to hear that. If y'all, I don't know if y'all pinned Jayden Daniels in the clip, there was a clip of Jayden Daniels, so he was in there to see exactly what was going on with the guys. I mean, in there to see exactly what Brady had to say with those guys in the building. So I think that was masterful by Tom, and I'm glad, he's not afraid to mentor some of the younger guys that are coming in the league. You know what I mean? Because it's big. Who better to mentor a bunch of young quarterbacks than Tom Brady? You know what I mean? And have them all in the room talking to Tom Brady. So that was a really, really good clip, a really solid clip, I believe. That's happening. Big Son, outside of that, how do you feel social media is changing the NFL? That's the talk right now. How is social media changing the NFL?
Um, I'll take a stance that it's changing the NFL for better and for worse in some cases. Okay. So I'll take a stance of so the social media videos and all that, you got the highlights, you got all these things you can see on these guys. Cool. You can see highlights, you can see all these things, you can see the guys getting boasted up and people getting hype behind them over the internet. Some of these guys get brought on because of the internet. So I think that's a good thing. That some of these guys can showcase their talent and be watched on on an hour that they normally wouldn't be watched under, like coming up in our era, so to speak. We had cell phones, but this out in there, like we had MySpace and stuff like that, like Facebook and Instagram and all this. It's real crazy now. You know what I'm saying? It's not like when we were coming up. So I say that to say, it's it's for better and worse. So it's good that these players can tune in or get watched and get a clip out here, get a clip there. But what happened to the old days? You know what I'm saying? Going to these schools and actually seeing these players, like,
Mhm.
yeah, you can see the player. He might be a good player, but what happened to get to know these guys?
It's
You
real.
know what I'm saying? On a personal level and stuff. So that's why I say it's for better and worse.
Okay. Okay.
Um, so for me with the Tom Brady clip, first and foremost, that was the GOAT talking. So you gotta take what the GOAT saying for face value. I'll say that there will never be another Tom Brady unless he's a Mormon or is like a Troy Polamalu and doesn't watch certain things that involve himself. So I won't say film, but he doesn't watch social media and stuff like that. And the reason why I say that is because Tom Brady came up in a time when social media wasn't relevant. So
Yeah.
all of the time that you putting in is what I like to tell every kid that I reward now. And these guys that have coached with me know about that, which is I reward kids or people who do things when no one's watching. So when you do the right thing when nobody's watching, you get rewarded. For Tom Brady, what he did when nobody was watching was study film crazily, was overworked in situations where other guys would probably go on vacation. For somebody to be married for 20 for 6, 17, 18 years and literally spend more of their time at their job than they do with their relationship. That's just hard to do when
Hmm.
there's so many other influences that social media, like you said, push. Social media pushes so many different narratives. Could you imagine? Again, let's go with Dwayne Haskins of today. Not
Hmm.
even having the best season, but a starting quarterback in the NFL. Whether he's having a good season or not, he's a starting quarterback in the NFL. And social media throws out the narrative that him and his wife is going through at a time that should be private and personal business between a man and his wife.
Hmm. Hmm.
Today doesn't provide you the privacy
That's
to
true.
do the work in the quiet. Now everybody has to show that they're doing the work, and I don't like clip work. To me, what I call clip work is we only doing this for the camera. When the camera off, I'm not gonna work as hard. But yeah, catch this clip when I'm really
Exactly.
going hard. No, I got the last five. Yeah, clip me doing the last five because the last five is when I'm doing them the best, or I'm getting the most out of it. But you did the
Hmm.
first 20 like crap, or your technique isn't right. And
Hmm.
videos are only for 30 seconds, only for a minute. Like you only get a small preview of the amount of work that somebody has to do. And I feel like it really undershadows the hard work that some of these guys really have to do to get where they at. If you're gonna do a documentary to me for any player, I say start from the beginning to the end. You show your fans your practice ethic, your work ethic during practice. You show them what you do on the field. You show them your ups and downs. You show them the mistakes. You show them how you work through a situation, and then you can show a scout or a coach to me who you really are. But just getting a clip offline, you don't know who you are. I'll give an example, and not to shade the kid. He's a kid. Mistakes get made. But Mikey Williams made a mistake as a young man that could hurt his future potentially. It already did by taking him away from his main scholarship at Memphis, and he's now gotten a second opportunity to go to UCF. But social media blew him up so much to get the opportunities, but maybe the actual kid wasn't ready at the time for the opportunity that was given. Or because of social media, maybe he was ready, and maybe the social media put other people in his business that were of different influences or of different environments that alarmed what he was trying to build, because now you know that he's making money because social media is not going to hide that. Now you know that he's a brand now because social media is not going to hide that. So
Hmm.
like Big Son said, the good and it's good and bad that comes with it. And like I said, I think that the Tom Brady's, the Joe Montanas, the Michael Jordans just grew up with just the media. And the media is already a big enough headache, but social media is a giant that just not everybody's ready to deal with.
Mm. Yeah, I totally agree, Vito. I totally agree. Um, Now in relation to Washington media, let's switch this question up again. In relation, because we always talk about the Washington media, right? And we always give can we give a little insight or your personal insight on how social media in relation to the Washington media and the Washington Command Redskins and the Washington Redskins Commanders, whatever you say, how those two intertwine? Because I think that it's a little different than just the regular of what you see every day.
So Washington social media is tough because it's a lot of fan criticism, but it's a lot of people who do like we do and cover the team. So even though there is bias and some personal opinion, a lot of people actually are starting to analyze how football and the business part of it works, which I do appreciate about our fans because you come from, just like New York fans, you come from where finance is developed or kind of pushes the narrative across the rest of the country. So Washington fans deal with business in Washington a lot. So because they deal with business, now that we understand the business side of football and aren't so, like I said, outside of the Cowboy and Redskin moves, we aren't so, alarmed or alerted by certain moves. Yes, we love certain players and stuff like that, but we understand the business side now. So now that the business side is understood, the media part is where I feel that we are attacked more, and it affects us more on the media side. To me, like the media side, even though social Sports Center has social media and all of these other big platforms have social media, I still believe that their core audience is in the media base. So Sports Center, First Take, even though they got clips and all of that, a large portion of their influence and their followers follow them on their actual platform. So on Sports Center, and when these shows come on, people try to tune in on how on and stream it however they can. So the social media side is only taking clips, and clips can confuse the follower for
Mm-hmm.
misleading
Mm-hmm.
information.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So you have a lot of people who are talking about misled information or how this information makes them feel. And what we all know about business, for the ones that are starting to look at it a certain way, you start to remove your feelings to starting to understand that, okay, we're now as a fan base, at least on here, we're like myself and Roe, for instance. Roe feels like Josh Harris has a certain plot that he's running out, but we approaching it with business and not emotionally. I feel like he's doing certain things business wise that should translate into positive results and not out of emotion. And that's hard for people to do on a regular basis. And we try to do that a lot here because we understand the business more because our team has a larger platform than the average. So like you said, the media here gives us one thing and the social media gives us another. I just feel like the media plays a bigger part here than social media.
I agree. I agree. What you got on that, big son?
Uh-uh.
What you got, big son? Point. What you got on that point?
So basically, me, the way I look at it is, I agree with Vito saying that where the media is more in control than social media. But like I said, it is to push narratives here. Social media can push all of the media's narratives in a faster way. It's just accelerated. And so it depends on how the media feels about you, on how Washington social media will treat you, you know? Because Washington social media could say, Washington media could say, "Hey, I don't like you," and now they put out whatever. Because if you look at somebody like RG3, who was in early into the social media space, how all of his narratives got pushed away. He's like, he don't want to listen, he don't want to this, he don't want to that, and some of that stuff was believed, some of it was true, but then again, some of it was false as well.
Right. Right. I agree with you there. I think that to be honest with
I
you,
agree.
to be honest with y'all, my take is I believe that the Washington social media runs the Washington media. If you ask me, I believe that the Washington media sort of take on get the post from social media and then conveys it to the team. Because everybody's not privileged to a lot of those meetings. Everybody's not privileged to a lot of the things that the national media or the Washington D.C. media, meaning Washington Post reporters, stuff like that. They got certain press passes where they can ask certain questions, and 'cause these are not open meetings for anybody to come and ask questions. So they get the opportunity to ask them. And a lot of times they get their narratives
Ain't
from
that
social
far.
media. And I believe that we've seen that here on the Nature Show, even where you will talk about something that wasn't being talked about, and then now it's being talked about or asked in a meeting or in a question in a meeting. So I believe that there, whoever it is tuning in to what we got going on,
Oh no. Okay, never mind.
they continue to do the same thing. You get what I'm saying? Is really chime in on what we got going on,
This is not
etc. You know, I think that when you really look at everything and really look at the way that the Washington media is going, or the Washington social media is going, like Vito said, it's a lot of people who are coming up with new platforms, a lot of people coming up with the new shows and new things of that nature, which is really driving the boat as to having better commentary on more exclusive things in regards to the teams and the coverages, the personnel, front office, and all types of stuff. You know what I mean? So I think that this is really a positive thing for the
Hey, see if we get
evolution
some
of
feedback.
of fanship here in Washington. You know what I mean? I think this is definitely a positive thing for evolution when it comes to Washington and when it comes to Washington. So again, I think this is a positive thing. I think that the NFL is really moving in the right direction. I think that Washington is moving in the right direction in regards to the fanship. But understand this, players who are going to play for Washington. This is a beast of a town when it comes to social media. Try everybody is paying attention to every little thing you do. And it's being talked about on social media somewhere. It is probably thousands of Washington sites now, thousands of Washington commentators, thousands of people
Just
chiming in.
what would you call it? I guess a a a con to the pro, in my
Right.
opinion. I think in what you said that with the social media kind of pushes the actual media in Washington. My example in this I would agree with you in the off season. During the season, I kind of feel like the media has more of the edge. And the reason why I say that is because the Jay Gruden story with Merriweather and with him sitting outside of the bar, that whole little episode there.
Oh yeah, right, right.
Both of those were on social media heavily, and during the season, it wasn't mentioned as much with Washington media. They are kind of why RG3 was pushed to the bench role, and why Kirk Cousins was kind of pushed into the starting role when Jay Gruden was here, because the Washington media felt like we needed to go with the best available quarterback instead of the social media pushing that I coach was kind of on something else and probably shouldn't be coaching a football team at that particular time.
You're right. You're right. I couldn't agree with you more there. Because and if anybody doesn't know, I'm gonna talk about it. Y'all can get mad at me. I'm gonna talk about it. And this is
Um,
sensitive, but
his
oh,
big
go ahead, big
son.
son. Go ahead. My bad, big son. Go ahead,
Well,
chime in.
you said what I was gonna say anyway, but we were talking about this earlier. Like, it's been several things said on the Nature Sports podcast, and then we hear it resurface 4 or 5 days later. You know what I'm saying? On the big network. I'm not gonna say what the network is. I'm just saying, real rap. You know what I'm saying? The way the media is in DC, that's how they do. They go down in the spider hole. You know what I'm saying? And they go down to the spider hole. You feel me? Ain't nobody seeing them go down to that thing. They come back out that thing with some information, you know. And
Yeah.
just because the Nature Sports podcast is not as big as that, you know what I'm saying, conglomerate or whoever they may be, so
Hey, big son, they dick riding. They dick
yeah.
riding.
Yeah, I just ain't want to say it like that. You know what I'm saying? Big Son
I'ma
usually the one
say
that's
it.
uncut, vulgar with it,
I'ma
but
say it.
I just wanted to keep it clean tonight. But hey, yeah, that's
Yeah,
how I feel. They dick riding, straight up.
yeah.
The proper term would be that they're coattailing information.
Hey, right, Vito. Right.
We still want to monetize because of our greatness. We don't worry about
Yeah,
nobody else taking
yeah,
from our greatness.
yeah.
Let's not be so sports. I've learned a lot over my years that the game is the game, and you got to understand that pieces move the way pieces move. If you're a king, you got to understand that there's pawns in front of you. You don't have no idea what the pawns are doing outside of what you're telling them to do. They be having conversations on their own. They talk to
Yeah.
other people. They tell other people what's going on in the front line. They know what's going on behind them, but they really don't. But they know what's going on behind them. And sometimes, you might be a bigger fish, and maybe you're just too busy to write your own lines like Drake's ghostwriters. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you're just too busy to get your own information and do your own work. And sometimes you just gotta ask the ghostwriters, the Nature Show, excuse me, what's
Right.
really going on in where you're reporting from. Because some of those news places
don't even really activate their DC-esque news. Like we cover a lot of stuff in Arlington,
Right.
we cover a lot of stuff in Maryland, and I'm not really sure if they really get to the streets outside of like maybe WPGC. I don't know if anybody over there really is heavy into sports as much as we are, but it's neither here nor there. We don't shame anybody for stealing information. Excuse me, for using information, that we present. We just ask our followers to, make point of this on social media so that it can be pushed to the media that maybe just give us a shout out and say, hey, maybe those guys should come on and, give their take.
See, that's why I'm saying. That's why I said they dick riding, bro. Because my and excuse my language for any of the younger viewers that's on. I'm trying to keep it raw and not cut today. So this is why I'm saying this, because if you got some guy, excuse me, if you got somebody that got the information, that's paying attention, that's doing the groundwork, right? And you feel like you want to go take their information and take it to the bigger source, right? Well, you could end up a producer, or you could end up as something higher by even saying, I helped discover these guys. These guys are the ones that's going to get us where we need to be. Excuse me. You got to put some backing behind the information getters. This is why I love what Adam Peters is doing in the NFL. He's taking scouts and people from other places and bringing them in the organization and say, hey, I'm gonna use this organization right here as a ladder, because we're gonna build something great here, And so when I look at this and I look at this situation and I say, you guys are stealing information and running back, and giving information instead of giving us our props. Hey, the Nature Sports Show, man, they found this gem right here, you know? So that's how I look at it.
Yeah,
But
because
but but I will
to
say
be
this.
honest, oh, go ahead. I ain't gonna cut you off. Go ahead.
It is flattering to inspire the masses. That's all I'm gonna say.
Because if y'all want to be honest,
I
y'all can go
second that.
back. We always say y'all can go back. If y'all want to be honest, I bet you at least each one of us on this panel pick one of these players that was going that we picked in the draft. And I'm not just talking about Jayden Daniels. We're gonna leave Jayden Daniels out of the picture because we already knew Jayden Daniels was coming here. We already knew that. But I guarantee y'all, the Nature Sports Podcast panel, all four of us, we picked one of these guys that was gonna be selected, and they were selected. That's how good we are.
I mean, if we
Big fact.
if you go up and down what we was doing with the draft, big son, I mean, and you go look after this year, you could see the talent and what we scouted. We could wait to the end of the year, and I'm very confident that when we had our draft shows, our pre-draft shows, and stuff like that, and the names that we brought up, I'm pretty sure they're going to go the majority of them, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say about 80% of them will do well.
I can agree. I'm not even gonna hold you. Like again, I think my biggest call on there is pointing out that I feel like certain players are in bad situations. Um, i.e., just to bring back up this situation would be the tackle that went to the Jets, and then the one that went to the Jaguars. I think if he didn't go to the Jaguars, I think the Bengals. Matter of fact, the Bengals and the Jets. I think they have the. I think they both have the tackles that they should have. And I mean, I think they both have the tackles that the other team should have that would be more suited to their offenses. It doesn't mean that either one will have a bad year, but I just don't think that they fit the systems as much as the other player would. Doesn't mean that those players wouldn't have success, but I do think that a lot of players ended up with teams starting to draft based on how other players were. I mean, how other teams were drafting and not what they actually needed. I think that the way the season went last year for us was a certain way. And we, like I said, nailed a lot of what we were trying to do, or at least players that were on our boards, all of our early boards and stuff like that, because we saw needs that the team needed to address. And again, like I said, why we felt like we graded so high in this draft is because even if we didn't get some players that we were expecting or some players that we all favored, we attacked every part of the board that we really needed to. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, even when we were surprised where certain players may have went, we really got players of quality, you know what I'm saying, at certain spots that we really needed to. And other teams I don't think did that. But outside of that, the actual players I think will have long careers in this draft that we called out. A lot of those players are some really good talented guys. And they ended up in some good situations for some of them.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure, for sure. Hey, I got a question, fellas. So I know we've been talking a lot about Jayden Daniels, right? And that's cool. But I'm gonna flip the board a little bit to the defensive side of the ball, right? How big of an impact do you think Bobby Wagner will be as the quarterback of the defense on the other side?
You know,
Let me
I
go
mean,
first so I can be
yeah.
fast. Two things. One, first and foremost, he's that big that whether he's injured or playing, I think he's going to affect our defense. Hopefully, and Lord willing, he is healthy majority of the season, if not all of it, which he's been majority of his career. I think he's going to have a major impact being the quarterback of the defense. Number two, my most important fact is the fact that I think if we do win 10 plus games, it's going to be because he makes Jayden Daniels light years faster. I mean, light years better than what he is now because he is that good of a middle linebacker.
okay.
Yeah.
Huh?
Honestly, I think having I'm gonna call him Bobby Wagdad. You know what I'm saying? He about to lay bombs over Baghdad here. Honestly, we haven't had a quarterback and we state this too a lot on the show. We haven't had a quarterback on defense since London Fletcher. If y'all all know, London Fletcher last season when here was like 2013. It is 24, what 2024? Like yeah. So a Bobby Wagner is something much needed in this building. That was the last time we even sniffed at the playoffs with some intensity. Like I don't think we sniffed at the playoffs with intensity with Ron Rivera. We just barely got there, and that was the fault of the rest of the division. You know what I'm saying? We were just a bad division that year, and we got to the playoffs with seven wins, I think. But anywho, I'm just on that tip with it. Bobby Wagdad. I'm glad you're here, brother. To handle business and quarterback this defense, a good defense at that. You know,
Okay. How
Um,
about you, Ro?
I'm with the guys. I think first and foremost, I think that his attitude of being there before, like if we go for instance, if let's say we start off 3-0, I think now you have somebody out, and this is no offense to Chase Young, this is no offense to Jonathan Allen, this is no offense to Montez Sweat when he was here, no offense to Terry McLaurin. Y'all have never seen that early successful before, for instance. So you got somebody who's already seen it, been there, done that, who's gonna tell the guys, y'all ain't done nothing. What y'all thought y'all winning something? Y'all ain't winning nothing. So I think you got somebody in the building that's gonna keep everybody humble, that's gonna keep everybody grounded, that's gonna keep the eyes on the prize. You know what I'm saying? I really do believe this man is only playing for a Super Bowl. So I do believe that with him, with that being his goal, all of these little things, this it's not going to impress him. Ain't too much that's going to impress this man. You know what I'm saying? And you really do need somebody like that on your team because it'll be really easy to get real hype around these parts at 6-0, 7-0, 8-0, and then you have a first round exit. I can't see if this team comes together the way that people think that they are, the way that I believe they have potential to do, if they actually do come together, I do believe it's a situation where they won't go out on a first round exit. I can't see that because of Bobby Wagner specifically. If he's on the field, if he's playing, if he's a part of the team and he's healthy and all of those things, I don't see a first round exit, with him on the roster. So I think that he's that much of an impact player because he is the middle linebacker. Yeah, he's a little older, but he's still kind of, 33 ain't that old. You know what I'm saying? He still can play 16, 17 games for sure. It's not like he's 38, 39. He's not that. He's 30, So he's in a good age right now to where he's old enough to say I've been there, done that, but young enough to say I know what to relate to the youngest. So I think
Yeah.
he's the bridge that could get us, and keep everybody grounded. Which for me, y'all know me, I don't care. Even if we go 15-1, a first round exit gonna be a failure to me. And I know
Okay.
a lot of people ain't gonna say that.
With a
Yeah.
with a record like that, would reaching the NFC Championship and not going to the bowl be a failure?
Depending on how you lose. If you're up like Detroit, the Detroit Lions was up at halftime, it's a failure to me. If you have a chance, now if you go gun for gun, they just beat you. That's one thing. But if you give the game away on a missed field goal, on a fumble, on a blocked punt, on something like that, like no offense, the 98, we'll look at the 98 of Randy Moss first year, the 98 Vikings. They went 15-1. Went to the NFC Championship game and missed the Super Bowl on a missed kick. Morton Anderson didn't miss a kick all year. Literally, his only miss of the year came in the worst moment as possible. That's a failure, man. And as you see, Randy Moss, I don't think he ever got a Super Bowl ring. I don't think he ever won a
He
Super
almost
Bowl.
he almost got one with the Patriots, but that was the year that
Yeah,
they were
right.
undefeated
16
and
and 0.
lost.
16
Yeah.
and 0. No
Yeah.
Super Bowl. So he has a 15-1 season and a 16-0 season and no ring. Come on
Yeah.
now. Come on
That's
now.
heart wrenching.
Come on now. So I
That's
don't
heart wrenching.
yeah. So I think that you gotta close the deal. Finishing is a part of football. How
Yeah,
you finish is a part of football.
yeah.
So, you could do everything you want for 3 quarters, but when that fourth quarter came, you choked. Look at the New York Knicks last night. The New York Knicks was up, I think, 30 something or whatever. No, sorry, not the New York Knicks. Sorry, Denver Nuggets. The Denver Nuggets was up
Yeah, the
30
Nuggets.
points.
I watched that game,
They
Slim.
was
They had
It's up
Anthony
20.
Edwards locked
20
down,
points.
bro. Them people's literally choked. They had them people's down by 28, bro.
Yeah,
Them
yeah,
people's down by 28, bro.
yeah, yeah. So you
Them
can't,
people's choked.
nah. You gotta finish. You gotta finish. You gotta put them away. You gotta put them away. I come from that era where you put them away. So that's a part of it. So yeah, I'm not gonna be satisfied with that. Not me. Other fans might say, "Oh, this is great. We did this, that, and the other. We should come back next year." You don't come back next year sometimes. Sometimes that's your only opportunity.
Remember, that's what Robert Griffin said after we lost that playoff game. He said, I'll be back
Yeah,
next year. We coming back.
yeah.
What happened?
Never
We ain't going
happened.
nowhere.
It
We
never
going nowhere.
happened. You don't know if this is your only opportunity. So you got to take it like that. You know, you got to take it like that. So yeah, that's my take on it. You know what I'm saying? I want to get to something though, fellas. I want to get to something because we had some hirings over this weekend, right? So let's get the graphic up there. We hired a guy by the name of Dwaune Jones as our new scout. He was with the Atlanta Falcons, and last year, the last team he was with was the Atlanta Falcons, but we hired him as our new national scout. What do y'all think about Josh Hurst rebuilding his team and some of the moves that he's making as far as not just on the field but off the field?
I think it's beautiful. I mean, I think he's done an amazing job. I can't be happier with the job he's done so far. He's got us looking a lot better on paper. I'm gonna say he's hit every single mark. I feel like the tackle position is a bit of a question mark for me. Still, I feel like the one position I've been crying about for years is the tight end position, and I think he's done a great job with that. So, not saying that there's a whole lot of holes there, but I think that tight end position is one of those things that I was worried about, and I think the edge rusher is something that we have to wait to see what's going to happen because we did get the boy out of Notre Dame. We do got Fowler, and we brought in Dorrance Armstrong, and we still have what's guy from Clemson last year, KJ Henry. We still have a lot of edge rusher potential, but I don't know which one of those guys or which two of those guys really step up. But as far as front office, I mean, how do you do a better job? What better job could you have done? With hiring like Ken Norton as our middle linebackers coach. bringing in Dan Quinn, who's like, and Brian Johnson, who cripples the two best teams in our division. Like this is it's just my opinion, cripples. I'm not going to say that they won't have a successful situation where with their replacements, but what I'm saying is Brian Johnson coming onto the staff, Dan Quinn, Joe Witt, Ken Norton, just to name a few guys, like I think he's done a great job.
I'll second that. I think bringing in, like you say, Johnson, you're looking at a guy who turned one of the most uh, horrible franchises for a few years, turned them into something to look at. You had people wanting to watch them play the Chiefs. The Lions. You had the Lions. People want to watch the Lions play the Chiefs. You know what I'm saying? That was the first game of the season. We did that game. You know what I'm saying? And it was a good game.
Yeah.
You
Yes,
know
it
what I'm
was.
saying? So I honestly thought they were going to be in the Super Bowl, but it
Talking
just didn't
about Brian,
happen that way.
it was not Ben Johnson from the Lions.
Huh?
Brian Johnson from the Eagles, their offensive coordinator. Not Ben Johnson from the
No,
Lions.
no, I'm talking about the didn't we take their president or something, vice president?
No, yeah.
The
I haven't
Lions?
got to that yet. We have. No. I'm gonna
Oh,
get to
oh,
that
I thought
next.
that's what you was talking about. I thought
No,
that's what you were
no,
talking about.
no. We
You know
talk
what I'm
about the
saying?
scout. The scout we got from the Atlanta Falcons. The head of the scouts. A new national scouts for the college. That's what we got.
Oh, okay. Hey, that's a good move. That's a good move in my book. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Especially get somebody come in with some fresh eyes. And I don't know the guy's scouting track. Never looked at it, but obviously they've been putting in good quality. So I gotta commend them on that. Like every person that we looked up had some good cards. You know what I'm saying? Got good face cards. So I, I'm gonna say I like the move.
Okay. What you got on that, Vito?
On which one? I just got back.
The scout. We get that you got on Dwayne Jones. He is the scout. He came from the Atlanta Falcons. He is a new national scout
I
for
might
Washington.
come back out this early. Um, I'm not sure about the guy or his resume. I ain't gonna sit here and slice it up. What I will say is that it's just a continued building of a staff of all pieces, not making more than one coach have another job. I think that if someone has a job, there's someone to be held accountable at every department. I think by him having multiple teams that he's been the scout for before, and all of these teams have had some success on some level. Excuse me, as far as even if it's just players, like getting certain players in the building and stuff like that, even if records don't present. And the Ravens have had I don't know how many good players over the last few years, so that's just to say it for itself.
Yeah.
I just think it's just a good continuous of building of the team. If I can give anything at the moment.
Okay. I like the fact he's from the South. I do feel like there's that culture down there from Texas through Georgia, Florida, Louisiana, them farm boys, they got a lot of players down there. So I like the fact that he's working in our area because we got a lot of players too. So I like the fact that he's working in our area every day, so he's able to see what's here locally. But at the same time, he does have connections in the South, Georgia, from Atlanta. So he does have connections in the South to know what's happening in the South too. So I'm very, that's right. Not to say the West and all Michigan, and I know it's players who come out of everywhere, you know what I mean? But I like what's come out the South, you know, just in general. Overall, I think the South has a good culture of football. And so I think that it's a positive thing that he is coming from the Falcons, again, coming from Georgia, really, laying his groundwork down there. So I think he'll come here and be real positive for this area. And I hope, if he's listening or anybody who might know him might be listening or might run across this, I hope that he does really put his foot and put his hand in on this area too, because it's Caleb Williams is from this area. So he's the number one overall pick. So we got a lot of gems here in Washington, D.C., in the D.C. area. And,
Yeah.
that really does what they do. So while you looking, you better look here first. If I give you any advice, you
Stephon Diggs,
yeah, Stephon Diggs, uh,
Vernon Davis.
yeah, DJ Moore, you
You
know,
know what I'm saying?
yeah, really, really, really Chase Young, you know what I'm saying? Jonathan Allen. So really, really take your time here and really put your work in here as well as wherever else you go as a national scout. But we like our hometown, man, our hometown kids. So if you can keep them home, do the best you can, but you don't overlook the DC area, you know. Don't overlook the DC area. Now let's go with what Big Son was talking about. Let's go to what Big Son's talking about. I'm gonna give y'all a little background on the guy. Um, Washington. Washington has hired Brandon Sansa as a senior vice president of football operations. Sansa spent the past 2 seasons with the Detroit Lions as their senior director of football administration, overseeing the strategic planning, salary cap management, and serving as basically the guy who negotiates the contracts. He was stolen from the Detroit Lions. Apparently, the Detroit Lions really revered him. They really liked him. He was the guy who basically constructed the Jared Goff deal and got Jared Goff there. He just constructed that trade from Goff and between Goff and Stafford. So this guy's really revered there in Detroit. There's a lot of news about him leaving and coming to Washington as the contract negotiator, as well as a few other roles. What y'all think about Sansa?
I'm gonna let Big Son go ahead because
Well,
I,
like I was saying, the guy, you know what I'm saying, to take a program like that, you know what I'm saying, the Lions, y'all already know what they were. I think at one point they were like a what, 2-3 win team or something like that.
Yeah,
He turned that program around, like you say, constructed the trade. I mean, yeah, Matt Stafford went on to win the Super Bowl, but when you get clicked up with McVay, I mean, it's likely that you might run into a Super Bowl with McVay. You know what I'm saying? So,
that's true.
um, not saying that that's a bad deal because the Detroit still went to the playoffs. I mean, they lost, but they still went. You know, so I like what the guy did. He constructs good deals. So I'm looking forward to see what we're going to do at the trade deadline. That's what I really want to see where his work is going to be good at. You know what I'm saying? How that trade deadline going to work out. Other than that, I like everything else.
Okay,
No complaints.
okay.
um I personally feel like it's a power move. This is a screw you Ben Johnson move. Uh, this is a move that I think is showing that Adam Peters is coming in hungry. Adam Peters has came in swiping the best pieces from teams, swiping, coaches, and he's literally came through the league like a tornado. And this is another prime example of it. I think that getting somebody in that can negotiate the big deal, we know he can negotiate the big deal, is very important.
Yeah, yeah,
Seeing who gets paid on your team is a very, very important thing, you know? And so right now we look at it and we're in a very positive situation. They add money to the cap every year. Jayden Daniels right now is on his rookie contract, meaning the quarterback who usually is the person that gets paid the most on the team, they're not even nowhere near the bag yet. You know what I mean?
that's true.
So now you can get everybody else in the team situated before you have to deal with that quarterback money, you know? So I think this is a perfect snatch and grab. I think the Detroit Lions will miss him a whole lot. I mean, but he's a front office guy, so you can't really watch film on what these guys do. So we won't be able to see the impact of it for a while.
Absolutely, absolutely. The Vito, what you got? You got on Sansa? You what you got on Sansa?
No, yeah, like nah, it was pretty good. I think this was important because again, like you said, We all know how that Ben Johnson signing was supposed to go, or at least we felt like. And by it not going that way, it just I don't know. I think it moved us a little bit in the wrong way. It may be a burn from Josh Harris. I don't think he's going to forget that. Although I am a fan of what they are building there in Detroit, I can't be more of a fan of my team, what we're doing, and what we have done since.
I think you broke up. I'm gonna chime on in. I'm gonna jump on in. Um, from my perspective, it's very important because we have the most money under the cap. Whenever you're ready, Vito, you can chime back on in. I think we
I was
lost you a
going to
little
say
bit.
that, but I already spoke. I was going to say that when Point was speaking. Yep.
Yeah, we have the most
My
money under
bad.
the cap, so
Yeah,
it's really important to
that's
get
what I
some.
added.
Go ahead, Vito. Go ahead.
No. That's what I was saying. That's all I was adding was that, like, if you look at how we handled this off season so far, as far as the contracts that we got, the guys that we brought in to have 23, I think, new players. You know what I'm saying? And still be under the. I mean, still to have the highest cap remaining after starting with the most. And just looking at Daniel Snyder's resume is just as far as how he handled free agency. And if we were to ever have the most money at cap when the free agency is over with, we've spent almost every dollar. And to not get the production that you have spent the money for is where I think the disappointment lies. Here, you signed so much talent and upgraded in so many different parts without having to break the bank that even if you get some of these guys wrong, you haven't really hurt yourself financially. And you can clearly see where holes are that you have to upgrade in, that you can go in either direction. You can go in the draft or you can go in free agency if the player is available. If the player is not available, you still keep yourself from pretty much fresh and available to do pretty much anything over the next 3 years.
Yeah, yeah, and that's kind of like my take on it. It's like I'm gonna tell you, I got a couple takes on this though. I do think this was a power play. I do think this was a power play to set tell Ben Johnson, even though you may not have liked who we had in the front office. We could have brought in the guy that who signed you, my dude. So you could have requested, and we could have made anything happen that we wanted to happen. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I kind of like that. Even if the front, I want everybody on this team competing with other teams. Even if it's the front, you passed us up. We're gonna go get the guy out of there just to show you we got this. We going like this. This is how we going. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we don't like you now, so we taking your pieces too. You know what I mean? Let me say this though, it creates a little bit of a target on you. You get the target too. You know what I'm saying? Because people know what you're doing. So when you're moving like that, Adam Peters, Josh Harris, um,
Get down or lay down.
yeah, you understand. Understand you putting a little bit, you giving people a little bit of extra incentive when they play you. They got a
Get
little
down
bit
or lay
extra to
down.
prove, so y'all can go like that if that's how you want to do. You plucking pieces. You plucking pieces. Pluck them.
But ain't that a move in the right direction?
We don't know yet. We don't know how the strategy is going to work because some people don't do that. Joe Gibbs played possum. Joe Gibbs played possum. And if he did make moves like that, it was against a team that wasn't a threat. I believe that the Detroit Lions should be one of the upper echelons teams in the NFL this year. They just came from an NFC Championship. You could potentially see this team in the playoffs.
So, I mean, I will have to go back and look that up. So you're saying Joe Gibbs didn't pull from other, comp like on that level,
Not high
not
caliber teams. He didn't. He sort of played possum. That's why we didn't sign like nobody from the 49ers. You don't ever remember doing that. Or no, he got now. Let me say this. Or he got a Terry Allen from the Vikings. If you remember, that was one of our signings that we brought in. For instance, the Vikings weren't all that when they let him go. And in fact, not Terry Allen. Sorry, not Terry Allen. Ernest Biner. Ernest Biner was out the AFC. Remember that the Browns he fumbled. He fumbled on the goal line, and which basically cost the Browns a Super Bowl, a Super Bowl appearance in '87, and he signed them after that. So they were an AFC team for instance. That was our biggest signing, Ernest Biner. He did pluck Wilbur Marshall.
Hey. My fault. Not to let you guys skip past that. Just want to show you the familiarity in signing in Austin Eckler from the AFC, who fumbled plenty of times in the last few years, coming over to the NFC. You can continue, sir.
Right. So yeah, so he did pluck Wilbur Marshall from the Bears, but we had beat the Bears damn near every year except the 85 team. But other than that, we knocked them out the playoffs every year. So I think he could handle if they got a little mad at that, then he probably could handle whatever smoke they were going to bring him, because Wilbur Marshall was one of their best players. Probably other than William Perry, might have been their best player on defense. The best player was Walter Payton, no doubt about that. That's not even a discussion. Their best player was Walter Payton, but on defense, it probably was Wilbur Marshall. So yeah, or Mike. No, it was Mike Singletary. You're right, but Wilbur Marshall, wasn't Mike Singletary, but he was really good too, though.
Really good.
Yeah. So he did that. He did pluck Wilbur Marshall from the Bears, but that's the only move that I can really think of offhand. Other than they kind of played possum a little bit and stayed away from them bigger teams, not to create an enemy. Even in the interviews, he never really said nothing that would piss another team off or stuff like that. He was close to Bill Belichick in that regard. You know what I'm saying? See, and Bill Belichick is opposite of Bill Parcells, for instance. Bill Parcells didn't care. He'd cuss the team out, talk bad about the other team, create rivals and all of that. And he didn't care, but Joe Gibbs was opposite. You know what I'm saying? So, again, this creates some targets, though. The way that they moving, it is going to create extra incentive for other teams when they play us to say, hey, remember, they tried to be funny and pluck our offensive coordinator, pluck our defensive coordinator, pluck out secondary, because y'all got, like us with the Cowboys. Okay, you got Quinn. Oh, you going to pluck Witt too? That's some extra incentive for the Cowboys, period. We can act like it's not. We can ignore it. That is extra incentive. The same thing with the Cardinals. We play the Cardinals. If y'all think that them looking over there at Cliff Kingsbury and saying that ain't extra, that's extra incentive. They want to beat him too. They want to beat him too.
Well, I think it's opposite. I think it's extra incentive on our end with Cliff Kingsbury, because they sent him off to college.
They fired him.
They fired him. Yeah. So they might want to be like, oh, we gonna beat him. We're gonna show him why we left. But I think he got more incentive than what they got, to be honest, because they fired him.
I'm 1,000,000% with you, but I was just making that as an example of this. Okay. When you getting these players out your division now, and you every week is a big game. Every week will be a big game. The guy Brian Johnson came from the Eagles. You think them 2 games ain't gonna be big? Those are huge games now, even bigger than what they would have been just from being they already division games. But y'all added fuel to the fire. If we play the Lions, guess who they gonna be talking about if we play the Lions? A goddamn front office man. If we end up seeing them in the playoffs. So,
which I think could happen.
Right, it could happen. It very well could happen. If we make the playoffs, I would assume that Detroit is going to be there as well, looking at their division. I would assume that, like what Vito said in the breakdown earlier, I would assume Green Bay would be there as well. So I think that division is a toss-up between Green Bay and Detroit. I actually got Green Bay ahead of Detroit right now, to be honest, because I think Jordan Love is that good. But I do think that it could easily be a situation where
I disagree.
I got Green Bay. I got Green Bay winning that division this year. I got Green Bay winning that division this year. But I still think that Detroit is really good too. That's no knock on them. That's no, knock on them. They got rid of Josh Reynolds, so I think they upgraded because he would drop a lot of passes.
Now, I like Green Bay. Don't get me wrong. Y'all already know that's like my second favorite team of all time, just because of Brett Favre. And people say what they want about Brett Favre, but Brett Favre was lighting it up when I was watching when I was younger. He was throwing interceptions too, but he was still lighting it up. I don't care what people say. I used to love Brett Favre.
All time. Anywho, I was about to say that.
You know what I'm saying? Anywho, you know what I'm saying? I like them. But so you saying that they got some toughness over there. They gotta play Caleb in them. They gotta go through golf in them. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it's gonna be easy for them.
I got Green Bay. I got Green Bay winning that division. I
Mm.
think Jordan Love is that good. I'm a Jordan Love fan.
So
I'm a hot, yeah.
I'll go out on a limb and say this though. Be very careful of the Green Bay Packers if they're able to sweep the Bears.
Right.
Because I
Yeah.
think that the Bears are going to have so much offense that if the Packers are able to like really shut them down, because yes, it's about the rivalry and that's in the division and all of that, that's understood. It's not that many teams that have a go-to at every position that they have. And I believe the Bears have a go-to. It's not how they perform. How they perform is up to them, but I believe they have a go-to at every position. And if the Packers can beat them on both of those games and do it with like some efficiency and do it well and win those games convincingly, they may be a real problem in the playoffs because it's not that many other teams. Like I said, maybe the Lions, maybe that are like that offensive, like that has that much firepower on offense. Even with
Yeah.
us, I think we'd be like complex and all that of a play. But and again, they may have to go through us if we're able to make it. But it's not that many offensive firepower teams in the East. To me, that if the Packers are able to handle them well, that they may not have any problems as much moving forward in that particular part. Especially with having
Yeah.
Josh Jacobs, like being able to run the ball in the wintertime and having a guy that's like a tough nosed guy, a guy that led the league in touchdowns before, you know what I'm saying, and rushing yards before. Like, I think they got some nice pieces there, especially if those wide receivers can mature from what they did last year. If they can get a little bit better than where they were, I think they'll have a really, really good year. Like I said, it's gonna be all up to Jordan Love to be on, in my opinion. But
Right.
I think they have an opportunity. If they beat the Bears both of those games, it's gonna have to be 2 games in a row. I don't think they can go in a split because I think that they'll show weaknesses to some other coaches where they could where they could be beat at defensively.
I agree. I agree. But I'm a big Jordan Love fan. Again, I think Jordan Love is just as good as Aaron Rodgers. If you ask
You
me,
cra-
and people
yeah,
might,
Not
you
right
might
now.
be crazy.
Not
You
I,
right
might be
now.
yeah,
crazy.
But I
that's
think
where I
he
have
can
him
get
at.
there. Not
That's
right
what
now.
I don't even
that's where
think
I
he's
have
better
him
than
at
Aaron
right
Rodgers.
now.
I don't even think he at the same year. I don't even think he's better than Aaron Rodgers.
I got him at better being just as good as Aaron Rodgers. And his prime, Aaron Rodgers in his prime too. I think ultimately he's going to be
Jordan
better than
Love is
Aaron
in his
Rodgers.
third
You
year.
know,
He ain't better than
Aaron
Aaron
Rodgers in
Rodgers
his
in his
prime
third year.
won a Super Bowl.
I'm
Aaron
not
Rodgers in his
disputing
prime
that.
won a
I'm
Super
not
Bowl.
disputing that. I know exactly what I'm saying. I think Jordan Love
All right,
is
all right.
that good. I think he's going to be better ultimately if he stays healthy. That's barring any health issues. If he stays healthy, I believe he's going to be better than Aaron Rodgers. That's my
I don't
take on
know
him.
about that.
You know,
That's a
and
that's
I
a strong.
and the reason I'm saying this is because I think he got a lot of stuff from Aaron Rodgers. So just sitting back watching Aaron Rodgers for when he did, I believe he got a lot of stuff from Aaron Rodgers. I think they almost identical players, fast release. I'm talking about if you put them side by side, they look like the same player. But I do think
Uh
that Jordan Love will pass him. I
uh.
do think that,
But
huh?
I said First
I
I
of
do
all,
think
disagree as well.
I do think Jordan Love will
and
pass him. You know what I mean? I do think Jordan
Um,
Love
hopefully it
will pass
happens in
him.
our era.
hey,
I
I
do
got a
hope
question,
that
y'all.
happens.
I got a real question. And this is aside from what we talking about. This is a matchup question. When we play the Cowboys, Luke McCaffrey, Diggs, who wins that matchup?
They shouldn't be
Well,
facing
Dick,
each
right.
I
You
seen
don't?
I
other.
seen something that said Luke McCaffrey might be the X receiver. It's just speculation right now, but it's potential.
He might be the third receiver.
No, the
Uh,
X receiver, the
He's
second
getting. Let me say this. He's getting a lot of positive feedback from what from what I'm hearing as well. He's
On
getting a
camp?
lot of
I
Nah,
don't
positive.
I'm,
care.
I'm looking at I seen him in camp. He look good.
Yeah, they say he's
I
getting a
don't care.
lot of
he
positive
do.
feedback.
I don't care. I don't
Well,
care.
I
even
wouldn't
if,
put him in front of
well, I'm
Doctor
just
though.
saying. Listen, no, I'm
I
just
wouldn't put him
saying.
in front of Doctor.
If, what would that look like? Who
If
win
you
that
put him
matchup?
against, if you put him, the Commanders win that matchup because you're not throwing the ball to Luke. You're throwing the ball to McLaurin. If you put McLaurin as the slot and you got Luke out there at the one.
That's true. Because now you got it's a McLaurin versus
And the,
Bland versus
yeah, and
Bland.
the pistol, that's where he would be. That's what be McClung would be. He would be in the slot. Dotson and Luke would be on the outside.
Yeah. He would be Bland. He would be on Bland. Bland would be on him. And I don't know if Bland can handle him.
No, Bland wouldn't even be on him. It'll be their third, cause that means Bland will be on the other side.
Yeah, Bland is going to the 2.
Yeah. So Bland will be on Dotson, or just the thing. Dotson might be in the slot as well.
No,
So it
but
might be
y'all said he gonna be the X. So that's why I said y'all, if he's the X, he's on the outside then.
He's
And you
on
put
the
yeah,
inside.
and you
He's
put
on
yeah,
the
Doxson and
inside.
you put Doxson
yeah.
in the slot.
But that's what I'm saying. You can put Dotson or you can put McLaurin. So either one of those guys are going to be able to beat that slot guy, hopefully.
I'm not throwing to almost 30 picks and 3-year defender on a 1-year receiver.
No, I agree.
But
I agree. What I'm saying is that Dotson won't even be the guy that that it doesn't mean McLaurin's going to be in the middle. Dotson could also be in the slot as well. That's what I'm saying. So you got a potential from either side, basically.
I don't know. I think that I'm with Vito. I don't know if I take McCaffrey there, but McCaffrey's been impressing people.
Yep.
Let me
Why
say
not?
this though. Hold on, and I'm gonna open this up and say this. If McCaffrey gets hot, I think they should ride him. If in the beginning of the season he's having some Puka Nakua sort of a situation going, why not ride him? Let him ride it out. I mean, see what he can do.
For sure.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, that's the only smart thing to do in that situation.
yeah. If he's really beating coverages and he's open, throw him the ball. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You
I mean,
know,
why?
I mean, but he's getting a lot of good responses. A lot of people saying they're highly impressed as to what he's doing out there. And he's just getting a lot of good feedback. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, that's a real good sign. That's a
I
really
told you.
good sign.
I told you
Mhm.
when I seen him and Jayden Daniels in the rookie camp that he shot out. He shot out on the film right off the jump.
Yeah, so that's a really good sign. I mean, so if he's beating Doxson out, I mean, he's beating him out. What do you want him to? I mean, what do? You got to put him over there. I think that you should not. Let me say this. I think that now, as Cliff Kingsbury, if it's a situation like that, you still don't like exit Doxson out of the picture though. You need to find a way to use both of them.
Yeah.
I think Dotson
You
prime
know,
for a big year.
you said
Honestly,
you
I
said
think Dotson prime for a big year.
Yeah, Dawson said he didn't enjoy his last year. He said he didn't necessarily feel like that was his best year. And so he said he went. He said he's been training since February, actually.
yeah. So
Yeah, he said right away, basically, right when the season ended, he got to training because he just wasn't happy with his performance last year.
yeah.
And he said he's happy about Jayden Daniels as well. He happy they
Yeah,
got a good quarterback.
yeah, he said that's the quarterback he wanted.
Hmm.
Yeah, so that's my thing. If this guy is doing well, make sure that you still use the other guy. That's not an excuse to not use the other guy, is what I'm saying. That's
Yeah.
not an excuse for me. You still use the other guy, you know. So let's go to power rankings because this has been making some noise too. And so what I'm gonna do here is on a shared screen. We're gonna go through the national power rankings for Washington because a lot of people are talking. A lot of people are talking. A lot of people are talking, and the power rankings probably surprised you guys. It probably surprised you guys. I know I haven't taken a peek at them, but I know what a lot of people have said thus far about it. And about how you know how we ranked nationally. So again, we're gonna do a shared screen here. Um, so that you guys can see here what we got going on. Let me remove that. Boom. And let's go down the list. Number one, Kansas City Chiefs. They the Super Bowl champions. I mean, that's what you would expect. Number 2, San Francisco 49ers. That's what you would expect. Number 3, Baltimore Ravens. This is ESPN's power ranking. Number 4, Detroit Lions. Number 5, Philadelphia Eagles. I don't agree with that.
I
You
agree
know,
with that.
I don't. Not with no daggone what's his name. Number 6, not with
No,
no Kellen Moore. Not no, not no Kellen Moore is their coordinator. Houston, Texas, number 6. That's really high for them. That's really high.
I mean,
Well,
Stephon Diggs
I think
added.
I think based on last year's performance and what they've added to their team, I don't think
Yeah,
it's what they do this year. It's just the current power rankings where they are right now.
yeah.
Right. But that's still high. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, that's still high. I don't have them above the Miami Dolphins right now. So Miami Dolphins is next. I would flip flop that. If it was me, I would flip. I don't have Houston above Miami right now.
I mean, I guess you could say Miami. I
Yeah.
wouldn't disagree with that either.
Yeah. So Miami Dolphins is next. Buffalo Bills. I don't know if I have Miami in front of Buffalo. So that's another toss up to me.
I feel like them losing Diggs, even though they got Keon Coleman, I feel like them losing Diggs and Gabe Davis this all season. I think they feel like they're
That's a
going to take
risk.
a step back.
I'm with you there. I'm with you there. But I'm with you there. Cincinnati Bengals number 9. I think that's a little too high for them, if you ask me.
I mean, the only team to beat Mahomes.
With losing T. Higgins and Joe Mixon, I'm not
Yeah,
sure about that.
yeah, that's a little high for me.
Uh,
The Green
Trey
Bay
Hendrickson
Packers.
had a
Go
good
ahead.
year in sacks.
Yeah, he did.
No, I said Trey
But they
Henderson had a
did.
good year on defense. Sack.
Yeah. But still, though, you got them at 9 right now. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
high.
yeah, that's high. That's high. Green Bay Packers number 10. I think that's accurate if you ask me. You know,
I,
around number 10, 10
I
in
guess
between 10 and 15. I would
I don't
have
know
them
how
in between 10 and 15.
I don't know how it's who did the Bengals pick up in the offseason that progresses them that high on the list? Because I don't know how a
Right,
team everybody else made the playoffs. Like I just need to
right,
understand.
right. How did they get in the mix?
they got Joe Burrow,
That
the
ain't he's coming off an injury.
the Mahomes killer.
The second one.
You know,
I don't know though, but he's coming
Coming
off an injury.
a second one at that.
Yeah, a second injury, right? Major injury.
I get it, but I'm just saying, if they looking at it like if he can't do it, nobody can in the
I,
AFC.
that's a little high for me.
I mean, I agree in a sense, but you know, I mean that's why he got his claim to fame. That's why they still top 10. I think.
Ruben
Yeah.
Patterson is not a top 50 player because he's considered to be the Kobe stopper. There's my example. I rest my case.
All
I mean,
right.
I
The
get you.
Bengals were 9 and 8 last year. Their record wasn't that bad. They were 9 and 8. Better than I thought they were. In fact, every team in the AFC North had a winning record. 9 and 8. The Bengals, 10 and 7 the Steelers, 11 and 6 the Browns, 13 and 4 the Ravens. So that's a really tough division. Really tough. So the Green Bay Packers number 10. That's another reason why I wouldn't put them number 9 because of that division. The Dallas Cowboys number 11. The 12. So you got the 9-win Bengals over the 12-win Cowboys.
Cowboys suck.
I'm
I
just saying.
told y'all they done lost a lot over there.
They got the Eagles at 5 and the Cowboys at 11.
Cowboys suck.
Y'all think that they 6 teams apart from each other? I just can't. I don't know. I don't know.
Cowboys suck.
I don't know. Of course they suck. They ain't Cowboys, but I'm just saying that's
Cowboys suck.
wild for me, ESPN.
Didn't the
Number
Cowboys
12.
win the division last year?
Right, the Cowboys won the division.
The Cowboys suck.
They lost more than what the Eagles gained.
Absolutely.
So Saquon put the Eagles into a top 5 team. That's what ESPN is saying.
And a number 1 ranked cornerback.
Yeah.
And they got Cooper Dwaune, which is a top 5 cornerback as well.
And they got Gardner Johnson back.
Gardner Johnson back makes a difference. I agree with that. I agree. But he did. Now, let me say this. He did have a bunch of injuries over there in Detroit last year.
I mean,
He
but he
did.
still had a good
He missed
year.
some time. He missed some
But I
time.
mean, he was an impactful player though, still, regardless if he missed time or not.
I agree.
And he was an impact player for the Eagles.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree. 12, Cleveland Browns. 13,
I don't know how the Bengals are higher than the Browns.
right. Yeah. Yeah. Especially with Dwaune, Watson and all them guys coming back off an injury. Do y'all think Burrow is better than Watson?
Right now, yeah.
Right now,
Right
yeah,
now,
they
yes,
both are
sir.
right now. If Deshaun Watson with the Texans is giving everybody in the NFL smoke. I don't like that whole situation in that off time. He's had to recalibrate himself back to the league. The injuries don't help. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure where he is right now. How he comes into the season will show. But that that having Joe Burrow in that same division brings back the Watson Brady days because Watson was one of those guys I felt was going to give Brady a run for his money if he had got a chance to stay.
I agree with you there. I do agree with you. I do agree with you. The Jacksonville Jaguars is number 13.
I think that's a bit high for them.
You think so?
I don't think
Mm,
so.
I don't.
I
Not
do.
with what's his name? What's the quarterback out there?
Talk
Trevor
about Trevor
Lawrence.
Trevor
Lawrence.
Lawrence.
Hey, come on
Trevor
now.
Lawrence.
What? John, what you talking about?
Trevor
The
Lawrence
only
came a long
The
way
only,
too, Sam.
the only quarterback that was better than him in that top 12 would be, I mean, the only one he would be better than to me is Dak Prescott. And that's only because
yeah,
I'm a hater of the Cowboys. But
yeah.
Dak's numbers and everybody's quarterback is better than his at every spot before
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. And they was 9-8 last year. They were 9-8. The Colts ended up with the same record as them, 9-8 in that division. The Houston Texans won that division by one game over the Colts and Jaguars at 10-7. So yeah, so the Jaguars had their defense had the same, they gave up the same amount of points. They scored the same amount of points as the Houston Texans, 377. They gave up 20 more points. Houston gave up 353, they gave up 371. So, they were close to Houston. Extremely close. The Colts actually scored more points than both of them. The Colts scored 396, but gave up way more, 415. They had the worst defense in the division. So they were close in that division too. That division was one game, three teams, 9-8, 9-8, 10-7. So that division is a toss-up, I think. But how do you have Houston so high at number 7 now, and you got Jacksonville at number 13? They only one game apart at 18 points on defense.
Off season.
So they basically said they had a way better offseason than them.
Probably.
I don't know. That's a
No,
toss-up.
I'm saying that's what they're saying.
Yeah. That's the only ration that you could have there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Los Angeles Rams at 14. No, I guess that's low to me.
Seem a bit low to me as well, but
Yeah, that's low. That's low to me.
Who do you put them necessarily above right now?
I think they better than the Eagles. I think they're a better team than the Eagles.
Hell no.
And you know what? They lost Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald retired this year too.
Yes.
So I think that's where the low ranking comes from. But I mean, they still do have Sean McVay at coach. So I mean, and they were 10-7 last year. They weren't slouches. They were 10-7 last year. They had the same record as the Eagles, but the Eagles is number 5 and they're number 14.
But they lost Aaron Donald and the Eagles gained Saquon Barkley.
Y'all think Barkley's worth that much?
Do I think Aaron Donald is worth that much? Is what you mean?
Donald, yes, absolutely. Yeah. I mean,
Donald is definitely gonna knock you down on the power rankings if he lead the team. I'm just saying.
I agree with you there. Well, if that's the case, the next one, what sense does this make? 15, Pittsburgh Steelers. They got them halfway down the list. I think that's low.
I don't.
They added Russell Wilson. We looked at his numbers. His numbers were good. 28-8 or something. 28-10.
What is the win-loss record?
Last year, the Broncos. Let's see.
No, his.
I would have to pull it up. They were 9-8. I mean, they were 8-9 as a team last year. They finished
Right.
8-9.
So how many games did he win last year for them? And how many games did
All
he?
of them, I believe. I don't believe they won a game after he was, after he was forced. I mean, he claimed he was forced out. I'll pull it. Um, I mean, I don't know. They were 8-9 though. That's not Russell Wilson, but that's not too bad either. Russell Wilson last year played 15 games. He's 7-8 as a starter. So he won 7 out of the 8. So that's what you got out of Wilson. So y'all think that's accurate? What y'all got on that?
I think it is.
Okay. All right. Let's keep on going. Chicago Bears, 16. That's way too high for me. I'm a kid. That's way take bottom
I
5 for me.
agree. I agree.
Yeah, that's way too high. Come on now.
Nah. I think that honestly, what they did in the off season, when you look at power rankings, man, like I said, they went and got them a left tackle. They went and got them another wide receiver to go with the people that they picked up in the off season. They already had DJ Moore. They drafted a number one prospect in the country. I mean, like, how do you not push them up a little bit?
7. You got them at 16 though.
Um, maybe closer
They
to 10.
got like the fifth fifth receiver or something like that.
They were
Maybe
Top
7 and
close.
fifth
10.
receiver in the draft, and they got the top quarterback in the draft. And they
Yeah.
bolstered their line. They already got Sweat.
They got Eberflus at coach. They were 7 and 10 last year. They got the same coach.
I mean, I agree with you there. I'm just
What
saying that.
about inside the building? What about their defensive coordinator, their offensive coordinator?
I believe they
Anything?
replaced both their defensive coordinator and their offensive coordinator. We went over that
Yeah.
when we was going over our schedule. They did replace their defensive and offensive coordinators, but they do still got the same coach.
I mean, I agree with you about the coach, right? But when you think about not just the coach, the other additions that they've added, you know what I mean?
Has Eberflus shown that he's had the ability to win games yet?
No, no, no. But I
That's my
mean,
question.
but this is what I'm saying. When you add that much in the off season, you add that much in the off season. That's what you got to expect them to move up in the power rankings. They added a lot. You know what I mean? This is why we should be up there with them. If they went up to 16,
That,
we should be up with them.
hey, we're gonna see where we
I
at.
will say that.
We're gonna see where we at. But that's what exactly. That's my point. That's my point.
But I do think they're closer to, like, theoretically they were one of the worst teams in the league last year as well as us. So, like, theoretically, I think maybe 20 or something like that is more feasible. 17, 18. 18 to 20, maybe a little bit more, you know.
All right. Let's go on down the list. New York Jets, 17. I think that's too high.
Way too high.
I think that's too
No,
high.
I don't. I
Why?
don't.
Because Rodgers going to be back? Seriously?
Off an Achilles.
No, I mean, you still got Sauce Gardner, you still got Jared Wilson, you still got Brees Hall, you still got a good team. Aaron Rodgers coming back. They really
They
wasn't
Who
were
did,
that bad.
1-8 at home
who,
last year.
who
1-8.
did they pick up? Did they pick up a tackle? They picked up a tackle. What they
Right.
pick
They were
at
45.
14?
Sorry. Huh? Go ahead. Yeah,
Did
who
they
did they
pick up
pick
a
up? Right, right.
Did they pick up a tackle at
I
14 with
think
that pick?
so. I think so.
Hold on, I pull up exactly
They
what the New
picked up
York
the dude
Jets.
from BYU, right?
I'm not sure exactly the pick. I can't tell you that.
Or no, JC late. Did they go JC?
They might have went JC Latham. I think
Hold
they
on, I'm about
did.
to pull it. I'm about to
Either,
pull it.
yeah,
Where they
either
at?
JC went there or the Saints. He went there or the Saints. I can't remember.
They got Hassan Reddick. They got Mike Williams.
You don't think that's an upgrade?
Yeah, they got Tyron Smith is who they got.
Yes.
Solomon Thomas, defensive lineman. Thomas Morstead. I think that's who they kept their punter. He's their punter. They kept him. Morgan Moses. Y'all remember that name? They signed Morgan Moses from Baltimore.
I didn't even know they signed Morgan Moses.
Yep.
They had a pretty good offseason.
Yeah. Leaky Fatu from the Cardinals defensive tackle. They signed him. Tyrod Taylor. They signed Tyrod Taylor. I think that's a really good pickup. I'm gonna keep it real.
See, yeah.
That's a really good
pickup.
Got
it right. I think they got it right with the Jets. Like I said.
Javon Kinlaw, the defensive lineman from the San Francisco 49ers, number 99. He's good. They got it. John Simpson from the Baltimore Ravens, offensive lineman. Greg Zuerlein. They got Greg Zuerlein as their kicker.
You don't think that's a good? You don't think that's a good offseason right there?
Good offseason. That's a good offseason. They got safety Chuck Clark, Isaiah Oliver. That's a good for the defensive back, cornerback. He's really good. And Kenny Yarbrough, the tight end from, I think Buffalo. I think he came from Buffalo. I think so. But no, that's a really good offseason. I can't lie. That's a really good offseason. That's a really good offseason. Tyrod. Now, let me say this. Tyron Smith might not play the full season. Morgan Moses normally stays healthy for the majority of the season. He doesn't have a lot of injury problems. He do have the nagging, weirdo stuff, but he's been solid for Baltimore. They went to AFC Championship with him.
Yeah.
He wasn't a liability.
That's what I'm saying.
And even if Aaron Rodgers goes back down again, you do got Tyrod Taylor there, and they will win some games with Tyrod Taylor.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
What you got on that, big son? What you got on all of that for the Jets?
I mean, what did we get that 14 pick? Who was that pick?
Oh, the pick? Oh yeah, we can see what their picks are. No problems. That was who that's what their free agency looked like. If they had a good free agency,
that was a heavy onset on the free agency. And I mean, if they basing it off like that, man, our number should have been called. I think we had one of the best free agencies in football.
That's another thing. You're right.
I think we did have the best free agency in football.
You're right. Okay, they drafted Fashanu first.
Yeah, Fashanu.
Then they drafted Malachi Corley, the wide receiver. Then they got running back Braylon Allen.
Was that
from Wisconsin?
Wisconsin, okay.
Then they got quarterback Jordan Travis from Florida State.
Yeah, Florida State. He nice. I like Jordan.
Yeah. They got running back Isaiah Davis from South Dakota State.
Okay.
Then they got Quintez Stiggers, the defensive back from the Toronto Argonauts. Okay, so he was from the Canada League. Not bad. Not bad. Then they got Jalen Key from Alabama, the defensive back. That was the last pick. So that's what their draft look like.
Sosna is from BYU, right?
No, Penn State.
Yeah, Penn State. Oh nah, yeah, that's big. That's big. He was like the second dude, right?
Yeah, I mean that's what people had him at. I didn't have Fasanu that high. Remember I like Mims. I ended up liking Mims, so I had Mims a little higher than Fasanu.
I liked
a lot of people had Fasanu super high like that. I like Penn State's defensive line more than I like their offensive line, but people had him higher than the defensive lineman. But their defensive line was really good last year statistically. So that's why I had the defensive line a little bit higher, but a lot of people had Fasanu super high. You had Fasanu, as you saying, Big Son, on your board. Fasanu was really high.
Yeah, he was high. He was like the second, because just about pretty much every mock draft that I was running through, Fasanu was the second guy. You know what I'm saying? Some
Right.
teams would go the guy that I wanted, Mims. You like Mims, the guy out of Georgia. That's who I really wanted. You know what I'm saying, as a protector. But I would have even took Rawson Rosenthurn,
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I get
I would
yeah,
have even took him.
yeah. From
You know what I'm
Washington.
saying?
Yeah,
Yeah, I would have even took him. But yeah, we just didn't get one of them guys. But I am happy at what we did get. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah.
So
Absolutely,
I do
absolutely.
like Coleman. Like I say, stated from the third day of the draft. I said I like Coleman. I have
Yeah,
to go look at him and do a little study, and I like Coleman. So yeah, that's
absolutely.
my
I agree.
man.
I agree with that. So let's move right along. Indianapolis Colts at number 18. What y'all think about that? I think that might be accurate.
I
That might
disagree.
be accurate.
I disagree.
You disagree? What you think? Too high, too low?
Too high.
Too high?
Too high.
Let me, yeah. So you think we're a better team than the Colts? Basically, is what you're saying.
Yes.
We should
Yes.
we should jump the Colts.
Yes.
Indianapolis
Yeah,
Colts last year was 9-8, and we saw in that division it was a really close division. It was a really close division.
I still think what we did this offseason is tons better than most teams. So like I was saying, I think the Colts, no offense, not saying I don't look at them as a threat.
Now, they was one game out from the division, from winning the division. In their division.
Who's in their division?
The Texans.
the Jaguars, right?
Yeah.
Texas,
Texans,
Jaguars,
Jaguars, Colts, and Ray.
Titans, and
Not
Titans.
Titans. Yeah,
My thing is that none of those teams are NFL. Like right now, we talking about the Texans because they hot. But are we really talking about Super Bowl for the Texans right now, or are we talking about them getting back to the playoffs?
You never know. Shit, I
Yeah.
mean,
I mean,
you
No,
to
I'm
be
never
saying
know what
honest,
we talking about with them.
most
How CJ Stroud came out of nowhere like that.
exactly. So most people are saying maybe CJ Stroud does it again, and then maybe he doesn't. But this is not like a Super Bowl like division right now. When people thinking about Super Bowl, they thinking about the Chiefs, they thinking about the Ravens, they thinking about the Bills. You know, they thinking about the
Yeah,
Eagles.
but when they was thinking about them teams, you had teams like the Rams win it. You know what I'm saying? When nobody think about the Rams winning the Super Bowl,
Yes, they was. As soon as they
who?
got the Rams had been to a Super Bowl. Remember, they had just went to the Super Bowl with golf and didn't win.
right. Let me say this: the Colts haven't made no noise in free agency. I'm looking at their transactions. They really haven't done anything in free agency. I will.
Anthony Richardson was balling last year, though. I will say that. I'm
No,
gonna
he
give him.
wasn't.
Yes, he was. He played
He,
really.
he only
He
played
played.
3 games. He was like 1-3. He only had 500 yards. I don't agree with you there.
I
If
I,
that's who
I
they
disagree. I think that he made some plays. He showed a lot of promise, and he just got hurt. If
I
he
don't see
doesn't
it.
get hurt, then I think that he would have had a very good year last year.
I can't say that he wouldn't have got better, but for what he did play, I didn't see the same thing you saw. I saw a bad quarterback.
I'm not gonna
Now,
say he's all bad quarterback.
Gardner Minshew came in
I
and
did
played
feel
really well.
he did. He did.
Now, I'm gonna give some credit with credit's due. Gardner Minshew came in and Jai lit it up.
Yes, he did. I agree with that. I
So,
agree with that.
Avery Richardson, I don't know. But they got them at 18 right now. I don't know if I agree with that. Let me say
Yeah,
this though. They got Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 19. I definitely don't agree with that. I
I
think they should be
definitely
much
disagree.
higher.
I agree. I agree. Tampa Bay is one of those teams that I can say is still better than us. Um, until we get on the field, I think we're going to jump a lot of teams once the season starts. But I'm
Right.
talking about before the season starts because we haven't proved it. You know what I mean? We haven't proven anything. I think that the Buccaneers is one of those teams that you got to still be considered as one of the better teams in the league, especially
I,
by them going to the playoffs.
I agree with that. But and winning a playoff game, not just going. I right now I got them higher than I got Philadelphia minimum because of the
How?
way because they're doing it. How not? Did you see the playoff game? How not? Philadelphia got to beat them in order for me to put them above them. I'm sorry, they beat the snot out them peoples.
They
Yeah, I'm
did not.
about to say they didn't only just beat them; they beat the dog crap out them peoples,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, they
Bro, they did not.
And that,
Hey,
and that was my exact sentiments about seeing Baker Mayfield first game of the season. People think it's a game. Jay, damn, you're going to have to go out there and scrap for that game,
Oh
Holmes.
yeah, oh yeah,
Your first game of the
oh yeah.
season, you're going to have to go out there and scrap for that joint, boy.
Because Baker Mayfield ain't scared of nobody. I will tell
Nobody.
him. I will say that he ain't scared. He ain't scared of the moment. He ain't scared of the team. He ain't scared. Tampa Bay is a sleeper team for me. One of them sleeper teams for me.
I agree, but I'm saying with the Bucks, right? I feel like you said, the Bucks are a playoff team, so you gotta give them some credit where credit's due. But do I think that they're better than the Eagles right now? I don't think so because, like I said, with the additions in the off season, that matters, especially with power rankings. I do not think the Bucks should be where they are, especially if the Eagles is in fifth. You know what I mean, or third, whatever they are. You know what I mean. I don't think that the Buccaneers should be that far down. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's nuts to me. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Them at
They should
19,
have
I
took
totally
the
disagree.
Bengals spot maybe because
Right,
everybody
right.
played.
Yeah, they might be. They should flip flop, swap. Yeah, I agree. Now I had the Bengals at like 19. I got that. No offense to the Cincinnati fans who might be
Nah,
listening.
nah.
I apologize to you, but
Jamal-
I gotta see Joe Burrow come back off of this injury, and I gotta see y'all without some of the pieces that you had last year. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
They
you
still
know,
got Jamal Chase, man. Like we forgetting about this.
no disrespect to Jamar Chase, but come on now, they top 10, they not number 9 in the league right now. I can't do it.
Is Jamal Chase probably one of the top five
We
receivers?
just ain't about Jamar Chase. We said the team.
I'm just saying, bro.
Yes,
Like
he is.
they
Yes, he
still
is.
got, but I'm saying they still got a hell of a weapon. They getting their quarterback
So you
back.
gonna put him top 10 just because of Jamar Chase?
Mm-mm. I ain't say I put them top 10 because of that. I said that potentially we are overlooking how good they really are still. I think.
I mean, I just think they got a quarterback coming back off of his second catastrophic injury.
I mean, he might be like Alex Smith, who got hurt a couple times throughout his early in his career, but still was a good quarterback. No
I
matter how many
mean,
times Alex Smith got hurt, that motherfucker came back. It was
I
good.
don't
You
think he
know
was
what
hurt
I
a
mean?
lot. He wasn't hurt much before he got that big injury with us. He wasn't hurt a lot.
No, he got hurt San Francisco a couple times.
Maybe, but not
Yeah.
nothing catastrophic. Not like
No,
this.
his shoulder, he
Now,
had a shoulder joint.
if you want to say Randall Cunningham, then maybe we could say that. You know, he said he had some catastrophic injuries, then came back to Minnesota. Yeah, but
I'm saying there's quarterbacks that's done it, that's been injury prone, but still been productive when they've been on the field.
not disputing that. But again, I gotta see it till I believe it. You know, I gotta see it
All right,
before I
all right,
believe it with him. You know what I'm saying? So I just think that's a little high.
all
Moving
right.
down the list, Atlanta Falcons. I think that's too high. If you ask me, that's much too high.
Yeah, especially since they downgraded again Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, and
I think
ESPN has
I
their
think
most
Kirk's an
improved
upgrade for
spot
their
at
quarterback
quarterback.
position. I
Huh?
think I think Kirk Cousins is an upgrade for their quarterback position. Um, I don't think Ritter is better than Kirk Cousins right now. Um, I can say Heineke was a good quarterback, but I don't think they put their I don't think they was gonna put their franchise in Heineke's hands. So I do think that is an upgrade. I don't 20
I
is a
think it's
little
a
bit high for
downgrade.
me.
Honestly, I think Ritter could have been better than Kirk Cousins, but you got to give him the
Do you think
chance
he's
to
better
be.
than Kirk Cousins right now?
Um,
He would have been this season. I think.
I
I
don't
think he
think
would
so.
have been better for you than what Kirk Cousins is going to be.
I think you tripping, Big Son. I
I
think
don't
you
know.
tripping.
Big Sean
I
might
don't
got a
know.
point though.
No,
Big Sean might
I
got a
don't think
point.
so. You got to give a player like Desmond Ritter his time that he needs to develop. You're taking a step back from his development, bringing Kirk Cousins in, who's only really got like what, maybe 3-4 more years in his career, and then you wasted a pick on Desmond Ritter, so to
Ritter
Yeah,
not
speak.
there no more. Ritter's at
he's not there.
another
Yeah,
team.
he gone.
But well, still, you wasted a pick. I
I agree
think
with
Ritter
that.
would have been better than Kirk Cousins this season coming.
I don't think so.
I might be with Big Son on that.
I
I
think
might be
I
with Big
think
Son on that.
listen, I think Ritter might play more games because I don't know how long Kurt Achilles holds up after tearing it once and coming back the
Mm,
next year. So that's
mm.
one thing injury wise. But as far as a better quarterback, I don't think it's a comparison. I think Kirk Cousins has at least proven that he can get the ball to your number one guy. He's proven that he can be at least a
And
500, close to 500 type of quarterback. I don't even think Desmond Ritter is a 500 quarterback yet. I think he got potential, but I think he's as good as Marcus Mariota right now. Um,
nah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
I think Mariota is actually better than him right now.
Nah, I don't know about that.
I don't. Hey, Big Son, I'm kind of,
I
and I'm
don't
gonna
know
tell
about
you why I
that.
say
All
that.
right,
I'm gonna tell you,
Mariota did have a good season in Tennessee.
I didn't mind Mariota. I think Mariota is better than Ritter. I think
Yeah,
Mariota is better than Cousins. But let me say this: why I say that. You go and get a Kirk Cousins, I feel like at this stage in his career, when you feel like you're one piece away, right? I don't know if Atlanta is one piece away from being
Right.
now, mind you, they were 7-10 last year. They scored 412 points. And only gave up they scored 321 points, one of the lowest in the division other than Carolina Panthers, who was a
yeah.
dismal 236 points. Um,
And Kirk good for 25 or more touchdowns.
their defense was terrible. Oh, not terrible, but really bad. 373 last year. They were 5-3 at home, 2-7 on the road. Kirk Cousins is not going to help that road record by no means. He ain't about to
And
help that road record.
and Ritter was getting the ball to London. Ain't that their number one guy out there?
Drake
Yeah,
London,
Drake
yes,
London.
He
yes,
was getting the ball to London.
yeah. I don't know.
So
I might be with
I
Big
think
Son
he
on
would
that.
have. I think you slow his development. You slow the development down, and you already got rid of him. So you totally lost on that pick. You wasted your
Well,
pick.
Ritter wasn't getting the ball to
You're
Drake
getting
London as much.
ray bitten dog right now in Kirk
Hey,
Cousins
I'm a,
at
Ritter
this
wasn't
stage in his career. He's a ray bitten dog.
Ritter wasn't getting the ball to Drake London as much as possible. You know what I mean? Ritter was actually it was Heineke. If you look at the games with Drake London, Heineke was getting Drake London the ball. Ritter wasn't getting the ball to a lot of the
I
people that he should have been getting it
did.
to, as far
Did
as
we play
carries, as far
Heineke
as Drake
or we
London.
play Ritter?
We play Ritter.
Mm,
Oh,
damn.
okay. And I
Ritter's
do
with the
remember
Arizona
Drake
Cardinals.
London.
He's with the Arizona Cardinals.
I do remember Drake London giving us the business.
Ritter last year was 64% from his passing. Had 2,800 yards, 2836, 12 touchdowns, 12 picks, 83.4 passer rating.
That's horrible.
That's not bad. 12 for 12. That ain't bad. That ain't
That's
bad.
not good either.
All right.
It
Well,
ain't
well,
good.
Brett
No, I'm
Favre.
not gonna say
I'm,
say
I'm
it's
holding,
good.
I'm holding my hand in the air for Brett Favre then.
That,
Yeah.
hey, most touchdowns and most picks.
Talking about
Yeah.
Brett.
Uh,
Yeah. Sure. But
that's not good though. You're right. That's not
it's
good.
not good. But see,
Not good.
you slowing his development because next year he could have turned them 12 picks into maybe half of that and doubled his touchdown rate.
That I
You know what
mean,
I'm
and
saying?
let me say this. I'm only saying this because I felt the same way about Sam Howell. 20 he hit Sam Howell had, I think, 23 touchdowns, 21 picks, or 20 touchdowns, 20. It was close
21.
around the same thing. So if I can't, and I felt like Sam Howell might have had a chance to be better if he got another chance. So, and they came
Here's
out the
why.
same draft.
Here's why I think that Ritter would be better in that situation than Kirk Cousins. Like you said, bro, you get a Kirk Cousins when you feel like you're a piece away. I don't know if Atlanta's a piece away, especially with how they address the rest of the offseason. You don't go get a quarterback right after picking Kirk Cousins if
Right.
you're one piece away. That didn't
Yeah.
make sense. At the same time, I feel like Ritter would have done better because they're predominantly a running team. I do see the reason for signing Kirk Cousins. You're trying to get some of those first downs that Ritter and Heineke were not able to complete for you. Try to win some of those short yardage situations, and maybe trying to rely on the running game as much as you did last year with a more efficient quarterback. Um,
Right.
in that in that way, I guess you can say that you can challenge for winning your division. Maybe the Bucks are a really good team though right now, and even with trying to do that, Kirk Cousins doesn't beat really good teams. Now, with a really good running game, which we had when he was here in Washington, there are ways for you to win games or at least put yourself in position to win games. But that would go into coaching and whether Kirk Cousins could hold up. I feel like Ritter is a more mobile quarterback, even though he's not catered to run first. I feel like in situations where you have a running team, a mobile quarterback just gives you a little bit more options than one that stands and still in the pocket.
Right. I agree. I agree. I would have gave Ritter. I mean, I'd have gave him another shot. I felt, that's just me. I would have gave him another shot before I went and got Kirk Cousins because again, I don't feel like we're a piece away. I feel like you got to build that up a little bit more.
I mean, I don't know. With B. John Robinson, you got a good running game. If you really think about if I was Atlanta, you know what I mean. You add Kirk Cousins, you give him another receiver, and you got Pitts, and you got the other tight end. I can't remember his name right now. I mean, you got a good offense. If defense is your problem, you can focus on defense in the off season while getting Kirk, which is what I think they did a little bit. So
I think
I
they
don't
have
know.
Jono Smith. I think Jono Smith is their other tight end.
Last year the Atlanta Falcons points for was 26 out of 32. Points against was 18 out of 32. So the defense wasn't horrible. It was middle of the pack. Bottom end though, it still was bottom half of the league. It's 18 out of 32 is still bottom half.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, imagine that you're always giving the other team the ball because outside of running, you can't do anything else.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I said it was a wasted draft, in my opinion, is because even with getting a Kirk Cousins, Drake London didn't have the best year last year. Kyle Pitts didn't have the best year last year, nor has he had so far in his career. To be honest, outside maybe the first year was a little bit better. But outside of that, you really needed some offensive weapons if you aren't scoring the ball. And to pick a quarterback after having paid a quarterback over $100 million, it just didn't seem like you
I'm
guys
gonna
are
tell you,
ready to make that leap.
not to cut you off, Vito, though, but now looking at their situation. So okay, so last year their offensive coordinator was Dave Ragon. And their defensive coordinator was Ryan Nelson. So this season, and their coach was Arthur Smith. Arthur Smith is no longer the coach. I know he's coaching somewhere in the NFC East. We went over that. Or somewhere that some team we play. He's the offensive coordinator now. Now, so they went away from Arthur Smith. They bring in Raheem Morris, right? Then they bring in a new offensive coordinator, Zach Robinson, bring in a different defensive coordinator. Jimmy Lake is their defensive coordinator. He's a different defensive coordinator. So I'm not sure that Raheem Morris wanted Kirk Cousins, which is why he ended up drafting Penix. Because to me, if you're changing coaches and all of this, you don't bring in a Kirk Cousins. You're not a piece away if you just have a coach who just got there that year. I don't see a piece away.
Hey, Ro, wasn't Raheem here when he was here?
When Cousins was here, yes, I believe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he doesn't want. I'm pretty sure he didn't want Cousins.
Yeah,
Well, I'm not gonna say that. Maybe yes, Kirk didn't win the prime games and did not win the big games, but let's remember that his coach at the time Raheem was here was Jay Gruden, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, he was.
Jay Gruden is bad, guys. We all
We know
know
that.
this.
Yeah,
And Jay Gruden heavily tried to make a point out of Kirk Cousins passing. And don't get me wrong, that's part of the reason why Kirk Cousins had some of those padded stats that Rule talks about, is because Jay Gruden was trying to prove that Kirk Cousins was a better quarterback option than RG3.
I agree with that.
And at this time, we had offensive talent. And this is what bothers me with the Atlanta thing because Drake London and Kyle Pitts aren't enough, in my opinion. Don't get me wrong. That's two players, four sets at four hands altogether, and Kirk Cousins will overthrow those guys. He will overly throw them. They will probably both get 100 targets as far as making sure that he completes the ball to somebody. He will throw them the ball. My thing is that with the running game that they have, I would have basically, in my opinion, I think I would have upgraded the offensive line, if anything, to make sure that a Kirk Cousins who's got it coming off an ACL injury doesn't have to scramble or run that much because that's not something he's going to be able to do. I'll leave all my running to my running game and whatever I'm trying to do. But because he's not a mobile quarterback, you also diminish some of the runs or some of the stretch plays that you would be able to do because he's not going to be able to get it out there as fast as some of the other quarterbacks who previously were doing it.
Yeah,
I
But
yeah, and that's basically me and Rose case the point. Why would you get rid of, Ritter for a rabbit dog? He
well,
basically rabbit dog right now.
so here's the thing with Raheem Morris having experience with Kirk Cousins. I'm not the jackass, and I'm sorry for my language, but I mean it. I'm not the jackass that Jay Gruden was. Maybe all I need from Kirk Cousins is what I'm saying about the NFL and what the new rule is with the CBA, and say, you know what, we're going to start putting these veterans on the team as teachers and as tutors, because the coaches are not taking the time to do certain things. We'll use these players as examples of how I want you to run my scheme. Raheem Morris has never coached Kirk Cousins on the offensive side. Kirk Cousins has never had Raheem Morris as the head coach. I do think that Zimmer being in Minnesota was a good coach, but he was focused more on the defensive side. I can't remember who their who their head coach was, but nonetheless, Zimmer was on the defensive side. Raheem Morris is the head coach. So now the things that we know Kirk Cousins is bad at, Raheem is going to bench you or either put this young guy in or even threaten that eventually, if you keep coming up with these particular plays and stuff like that, and there's no rush to put Phoenix in a position to have to play. But again, with me being a first year coach, I'm not going to let Kirk Cousins go 2-8 before I put in Phoenix, because I might as well start developing for the future with a quarterback who can be mobile, even if he got bumps and bruises or roles that he has to learn, whatever the case may be. I'd rather do this with a new quarterback than one that I know that's a rabid dog. The rabid dog just so happens to be very accurate and very precise in what I'm asking him to do. Does he do it well or better than half of the other quarterbacks in the league? No. But he does do the things that he does do well. Like I said, he does throw to your number one receiver. If you're trying to get something out of Pitts or see if Drake London is worth that number one wide receiver spot instead of having to go get somebody else, Kirk Cousins is going to make sure that you get that out of those guys. You know what I'm saying? So what you will do is you'll show Penix how to feed his number one receiver or his number one target, whether it be those two or not, and you'll also show him how to at least run an offense accordingly. Kirk Cousins is not bad in the 2 minute warning. He's just mad. He's just bad in the first half. In the first half before halftime, his 2 minute warning game is not bad.
I
At the
agree.
end of the game, it's bad. But I think that's because he's in situations where coaches aren't necessarily not every game. The ones that count for playoff games and the ones that are on primetime television, that's all Kurt. I don't put those on all coaches. I put that on him and maybe whatever jinx or whatever just bad luck he be having. Whatever the case may be, all of the time is not Kirk Cousins' fault. The games where it's on the line and he throws turnovers at bad situations is similar to what I said about Antonio Gibson. The player wasn't bad. Exceptional in my opinion. He had some things that he needed to work on that would have made him better, but I think it was when he turned the ball over that matters more to me than the actual turnovers. The turnovers are the turnovers, and that happens. But when you turn the ball over, is the most important, and that's why I can also agree with the guys about Kirk Cousins, regardless of me saying that I believe that he's a decent quarterback. It's when you turn the ball over, and you can't take that back. Those are things that are never going to go anywhere, and there's nothing you can do about that because everybody's watching, and those are key moments. You can throw an interception in the first quarter and it not be damning to the team. When you throw a turnover and it counts, and it costs you, and it's in a game that you need this game in order to go to the playoffs. So you need this game to
That's
win or
true.
go up in your division, and you always mess that game up. That's what you'll be remembered as, and it'll blemish all of the good things that you do well.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. So again, I'm not sure that. Right. Just in my opinion, I'm not sure Raheem Morris really wanted Cousins, and the only way the control he did have was to draft. I'm the coach. I get to choose who we draft. In conjunction with the GM. Don't get it twisted. I don't know how that dynamic works over there with them. Their general manager is Terry Fontnote. I think I'm saying that
Oh no,
right.
oh no.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you need it. You need some.
and he's a let me see if he was their GM last year. Yeah, he was their GM last year. So he's the one who brought in Raheem Morris, obviously. So I'm pretty sure that these guys was aligned. Well, I would hope that they were aligned in what they were doing because
Well, I know you guys don't like the tanking theory, but in my opinion, I think
It was
Atlanta's actually in a good situation in a running back market where you don't want to give your running backs a ton of money and stuff like that, but you're trying to pay the guys that are special. I think Bijan Robinson is a special back. What I watched last year was good to me.
I
It was
like
a,
him.
me to know that he's going to be around for a while. I don't think that if you get a good Kirk Cousins in the first 4 games, I don't feel like you're wasting the season. I feel like if you're gonna tank, I don't know if I play Bijan the whole season because I don't want to waste years in a running back that's special. You don't get developed and be one of the best in the league by missing time though. So even if they're going to quote unquote tank, I don't know if he misses time. And a player that's special can save a season.
Yeah.
Saquon Barkley did it without Daniel Jones, just pretty much just toting the rock. And y'all know, like I know, special running backs, i.e. like a AP, will get you there, even if you're not the best at certain things. So, like I said, if Kirk can be efficient and not turn the ball over when they don't need the turnovers, I'm not saying Atlanta wins the division or nothing like that, but I am saying that when you run the ball well in the cold or in November and December, you give yourself a chance. Right? So Raheem Morris is a good defensive coach. He has a really good resume. I've always been a fan of him. I didn't necessarily want him here because I just feel like the previous, like just being here before, you just get a lot of, well, what would you do now that you're the head coach? And this is what happened before. Like everybody that's here now is here and they're pretty much in a new situation. So everything's going to be addressed in a new situation rather than bringing up old stuff. So, but I think he's a good coach. I think he's a really good coach. But I think, like I said, long story short, I think Atlanta's in a good situation where I think that they're going to look at what they have, see how Kirk Cousins plays in the first few games, and probably will have a situation like a Russell Wilson, where at about week 10 or week 12, if we're doing decent but not really great, we'll see if you want to restructure your contract. I mean, if we're doing good, we'll see if you restructure your contract. If not, hey, you can go. We'll have something ready for the future. We'll tank out the rest of the games per se, and we'll set ourselves up for the draft next year with players that we want to lock
I can
in.
see that.
You know what I'm saying? Raheem Morris to get to draft more players that fit the system that he'd like, whatever offensive coordinator or offensive system that they're trying to run with Penix will now make more sense rather than being stuck in whatever you're able to do with Kirk Cousins. You know, so and I'm not saying that they get a whole staff. I do think that they're in a situation where I don't think the fans are expecting Kirk Cousins to get a Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think fans are expecting that this is the team that changes Atlanta around. And yes, it's
Well, I
unfortunate
disagree
that
with that because fans always, the Atlanta fans is always thinking Super Bowl. So
I
just
mean,
like the Redskin fans.
even if they think that, like, I don't think they thought that last year with Ritter and Heineke and you know what I'm saying at
They are
quarterback.
super hyped about Cousins. They think that Cousins is better than what the previous team's fans think. Let's just say that.
I also have been a Redskin fan for all my life, and I know what overhype look like. And I think
Right,
the fans are
right.
just being young Atlanta fans and just being cocky. Like everything is in Atlanta right now. It got entertainment. Like it's all good down in the A. So being a little cocky and acting like we got it is cool. But let's be honest, us four up here at least know the real. And Atlanta's not doing
Yeah,
nothing this year. All right,
definitely.
I don't care if Kurt plays his best football. Atlanta's still not a good enough team to scare me that they're going to do something. Especially even in their division alone, I don't even see them winning their division.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I think
You
I
already
think
know
the Panthers.
my
I think the
no.
Panthers have a better season than the Falcons do.
I don't
Not
think that
Bijan
though. I
Robinson.
don't think that though. I'm not going that far.
Yeah, you going on a limb right there, brother.
I ain't going that far.
I, I,
I'm not going that far.
I think that Leggett has a monster season this year. I think that Bryce Young has a way better season than last year because they upgraded their offensive line. I do think he still bothers me on whether he gets hit or how he gets hit, but I think he'll be better.
His
I don't
height
think that
bothers me.
I think it bothered everybody, but I also don't think that I also think that they had the opportunity
to pick a quarterback in this draft if they needed one. And I think that they went in another direction. They didn't. They already had wasted picks and everything like that to do certain things last year. They got a lot of value back from some of the things that they got rid of this year. They did let a few. They let a pieces go to us for nothing, which was weird. But again, I understood that not breaking the bank to do so. They were in a compromise. They're in a compromising situation where they may even lose their franchise if it continues to go the way that they are. So they don't have a lot of leverage. But I think that they're better than what they were last year. It only takes them to win what 2 games or four
Right,
games to be better than what they was last year. So
right.
I'm not saying that they do a spin around. But again, if they only win 4 or 5 games, that's what I'm saying about Atlanta. If Kirk Cousins doesn't come out on fire, I don't see the Atlanta team wanting to go 7-10 just to save face. Like it doesn't add anything to them when you now have to draft in late in the 11, 12, 13 round, you know what I'm saying, pick, you lose some value and talent right there when I think that they'll probably be one of the sorrier teams in the league, especially if Kirk gets hurt and you got to play Penix earlier. Like those are just not things that I feel are going to turn your franchise around. I think that Penix can be more surprising because you won't have no film on him. Everything will be unexpected and things like that. So maybe it gets some, but I don't think they have the I don't think they got the talent. Pitts is a wild card, but I also haven't seen it yet. And I don't see that all of a sudden you turned into the player that they drafted because Michael Penix showed up. Like all the other quarterbacks that's been there, even with Kirk Cousins, who's known and more notable than Penix would be at the moment. And if you waited for a college quarterback to be drafted when you were drafted, he was 17 years old or like for 18
Right,
years old. Like
right.
I don't see that being the reason why you decide to turn up. At the same time, Chase was a big fan of Heineke, and Heineke came out of nowhere. So, players get activated by different things. You know what I'm saying? But I believe that if Kirk Cousins doesn't have an on fire first 4 games, doesn't mean that they go 4-0, but he has to be on fire. If he's not on fire, I don't see the owner wanting to go, like I said, get middle of the pack draft picks and try to get better because it doesn't speed up the process of them getting better without letting go someone good. And again, if mind you, if the move is to let Kirk Cousins go next year because that 180 million is too much money, and we'll just go ahead and cut it and take some of the hit right now and deal with it later. That means you won't be able to do anything in free agency. So the only other way to build your team would be in the draft. So unless
Right.
he comes out on fire and says, you know what, that 40 million we giving him is all worth it. Like he's playing like he's gonna get it. And if he gets hurt, then that's something different that we ain't playing for. But right now he's playing lights out. If you don't get that in the first 4 games, you're gonna get preseason. That's 3 games. He probably won't play, but maybe one of them. So you'll get 5 games of Kirk Cousins, and he'll have to play his best mistake-free football, at least mistake-free when they really need the game or the game's on the line, or he'll have to come back and get some wins in order for me to feel like they won't probably pull a Josh Harris and maybe tank because it makes more sense financially and puts us in a better situation to get more talent if we're in the first 5 to 7 picks.
I do think that'll be the I do think that's the better move, ultimately for them. You know what I mean? I think you make a lot of sense here, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to whether, if they are not on five, they're not 5-0, 6-0. I think it is better for them to probably tank and, not try to make a run because Kirk Cousins is not winning no playoff games, y'all. I'm just look, man, he's not beating the better quarterbacks. He's not getting in the playoffs and making no Jeff Hart stellar run. He's just not doing it. Yeah, even if y'all made the playoffs, it would be a first round exit, just like the Minnesota Vikings. So we'll move on from the Atlanta Falcons. Seattle Seahawks, number 21. I think that's a little low for them. If you ask me.
What have they done? What have you done for
Well,
me lately?
let me rephrase this. They do have a new coach. I think I still would have put them 15, 10 to 15, no, 15 to 20.
How?
Maybe 15 to 20.
No.
Seattle, let's see what their record was last year. Let's see. Seattle Seahawks last year was they were 9-8. They had a winning record last year. They were 9-8.
And they
Defense.
still fired the coach.
They still they do have a new coach. They do have a new coach. They have a new system. Um, that division was really good. Everybody except the Cardinals. The Cardinals was 4-13, but 49ers 12-5, Rams 10-7, Seahawks 9-8. So that, I mean, they do have a new coach though. You don't know what you're gonna get. So, do y'all think the Seattle Seahawks is better than us right now?
No.
That was quick.
I think they were better than us last year, but this year, no. I think that what we did in the offseason, especially getting Bobby Wagner, we took
Bobby
their
Wagner flipped that for me. But how is it that the Seattle Seahawks is 21 and we ain't on the board? We ain't showed up yet.
I mean, I think that because we were that bad last year, they're not going to give us anything until we get on the field.
Okay. But they gave everything else. They gave the Jets something. They ain't got on the field. They gave, the Bengals top 10. They wasn't a top, but you looked at what they did, I guess, and say, hey, with Burrow coming back, so you gave it to other teams. You gave it to other people too.
But
Why not us?
the Bears not up there yet either, right?
The Bears were 16.
Oh yeah, the Bears was 16.
Yeah. So you gave it to the Bears?
Yeah, I don't know. But I'm happy about this. I'm not mad about it, actually.
And you know what? This has been the talk. So that's why I said, you know what? We'll go through the rankings here at the Nature Show, and let's see what we come up with.
This
Because
pleases me
honestly,
a lot. I'm actually happy.
it seems to be a little biased. It does
No,
seem to
I
be a
like
little
that.
biased.
I like that. I like that it's biased.
It seems to be a little biased. I'm gonna keep it real. It seems to be a little biased. All right, let's move right along. Anybody else got anything to say about Seattle Seahawks? Nothing. All right, let's move on down the list. Chargers, number 22. They have a whole new system. They do have Harbaugh as coach. So this is another team I feel like they're giving something, because to me, Chargers is bottom 3 for me. They do have a good quarterback though.
No, not bottom 3.
Bottom 5.
I don't know about that.
I don't know. They do have Harbaugh, and Harbaugh do have a quarterback for one.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a toss-up. It's a toss-up.
I
Maybe
think
not
that's
bottom 5. Maybe not bottom 5, but I think 22
I can
might be
say
a little high for them.
I say 22 to 25 anyway. So I don't think 22. I don't think 22 is high. I think it's around where they're going to be, around where they are right now anyway.
Yeah.
Until they get on the field. Depends on what Harbaugh does, right?
Right.
So until they get on the field, yeah, I can say 22 is not a bad number.
Last year they were 5-12 though. They were 5-12 last year.
Yeah, they were trash. That's why they got a new coach.
That's true. But okay, so how could you give it to him but not give it to Quinn? Him and Quinn is equal level. Both of them been to the Super Bowl. Both of them lost. One of them was up 28-3 in the Super Bowl though.
And that hurts you, not helps you, I don't think. I don't think that helps you. I
don't know, man. I don't know if the juice is the same. I don't know.
Obviously, we're not getting the preferential treatment of other teams.
We're not.
Obviously.
We're not. Let's keep on moving. Minnesota Vikings, 23. Now, come on now.
They should be.
You think they should be with J.J. McCarthy at quarterback?
No. The Vikings is somebody I could say might be bottom 5.
They should be bottom 5.
Yeah, they could be bottom 5. I could say that.
But
you still got you got Jordan Addison.
But J.J. McCarthy will be their starting. So they think J.J. McCarthy is better than Jayden Daniels.
I don't think so. I don't think they're saying that. But like I said, they still got Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson is a deciding factor in that a bit.
I can't see that.
I do.
I can't see that. I think they got away with having the quarterback they had who they traded for in the middle of the season. I do like Kevin O'Connell as a coach.
You talking about Dobbs?
Dobbs. I think Dobbs was really good for them. I don't have McCarthy as being good. So if they are good with McCarthy at quarterback, McCarthy reminds me a lot of the guy who came out of Alabama. What's his name? Um,
You talking about AJ McCurran?
AJ McCurran. He reminds me a lot of McCurran. And McCurran went to Pittsburgh with that top 10 defense and did nothing for real, for real. You know, he had some opportunity, but he was never what he should be. And JJ McCarthy reminds me a lot of that. Won a national championship just like
McCurran went to
McCurran.
Cincinnati first.
Right, with the Cincinnati, same thing. He had a good defense over there. So I that's who I got JJ McCarthy on the same level as. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't see it. I just don't. I think they should have been at least bottom 5 to me. You know, and that's being generous probably with the Minnesota Vikings. I think the Carolina Panthers is the worst team in the league, right? And so
Yeah.
from there, I think Minnesota's not too far from them, only because, well, again, I like Kevin O'Connell. And if anybody can pull that rabbit out of a hat, it is Kevin O'Connell. But y'all are giving the benefit of the doubt with this 23 ranking. ESPN. You know, that's just my personal take on it. So you got 23 Minnesota Vikings. Let's keep it moving. New Orleans Saints 24. I think this is way too low. If you ask me, let's get Vito back in. I think this is way too low for the New Orleans Saints.
You said you think it's
I
what?
like Derek Carr. I think it's way too low for the New Orleans Saints. I think the New Orleans Saints should have been 10 to 15 if you ask me.
Oh no.
I would have had them there. I got them right behind the Bucks, which last year they ended up 9-8 with the same record as the Bucks. But the Bucks won the division because of a head-to-head tiebreaker. But they had the same record as the Bucks. And Derek Carr probably had one of his better seasons last year. They have Dennis Allen at coach. He's a really good defensive coordinator. Really good. The Saints wouldn't now don't get it twisted. I have the Bucks as one of my sleeper teams, but it would not surprise me if the Saints won that division. It wouldn't surprise me. You know? It would not surprise me. They got Kool-Aid. They picked Kool-Aid. Remember that?
That still don't scare me. We almost ran a 4-7. I'm again, depends on the defensive scheme you run as well.
Right.
Adding Chase Young does give them a pass rush. It don't give them. It gives them a pass rush. Hurries and sacks are in the same breath. So even if you don't make the sack, if you can hurry the throw, that is important. I'm just not sure. That division is that division. Again, without Michael Thomas, there's a lot of pressure now put on Olave. Derek Carr does get the ball around, so maybe that won't be as big of a deal. It just depends, bro. Like I said, I really have to see how that is. 24 isn't the best ranking, but it just depends on who.
Okay. This is why I say it's a little biased. Last year, the New Orleans Saints had the 9th rank based on points. They had the 9th ranked offense in the NFL and the 8th ranked defense in the NFL. They had a top 10 offense and a top 10 defense, and you got them at 24.
And they didn't win the division.
They had the same record as the division winner. They lost on a tiebreaker.
I mean, but they didn't win the division. That still has to. That still has.
Still really low to me. I'm
not saying that you. I'm not saying you wrong. That's what I said. I said it depends on who's in front of them. You know what I'm saying? Again, I disagree with some of the order at the top half, so I'm not gonna say that you're wrong about that. I do think that that's a strong argument. I just say that 12 to 15 seemed a little high. I think maybe 17, somewhere around there, 16, 17 may seem fairer to me. But again, like I said, it depends on
the kids, man. But I just put it over there. I forgot to tell them when they came in.
Yeah.
I was asleep.
24. That is, that's nearly bottom half.
But it's power rankings for where they are right now, and what did they do in the free agency to make themselves better? It looks right here that they've most improved themselves at cornerback. Uh, they lost a really good defensive end for themselves, for one of their franchise guys, a couple of years ago. So Chase Young to me is like just bringing back that element that you haven't had in the last couple of seasons on defense. He's also a project though. You know what I'm saying? Even though he one of the leaders in the leagues in hurries last year, you haven't got the sack production out of him that you like. So is that an upgrade or is that just a piece that you've added to your team? You have to see it when it gets on the field. Remember, these rankings aren't for just where they are last year, but what they've done in the offseason as well. And the Saints weren't one of the biggest winners in the draft or the free agency, in my
They
opinion.
lost Michael Thomas. They lost, I believe, Jameis Winston. Um, but other than that, that's it. And they have Dennis Allen at coach. He's a real. He's a. We forgot what Dennis Allen did what Dennis Allen did to Tom Brady.
Minnesota.
To Tom Brady when he was in that division. They the Bucks beat the Saints in the playoffs that second game, but they swept he never lost to Tom Brady, I believe, or maybe one time against Tom Brady when Brady was in that division. We came over to the division 2 years he was there, or 3 years he was there. This guy's a really good coordinator. The Saints, Dennis Allen, that's why when Sean Payton left, that's why they gave him the job. He's a really good coordinator. And I'm gonna read them off. Hold on, let me read it off. 2021. Hold on, let's go back. Dennis Allen. So in 2020, the Saints defense was number 5. 2021, number 4. And then 2022, number 9.
What was the? Did they go to the playoffs?
2023, number 8. Huh?
The playoffs those years?
Yeah. Hold on. Okay, they were not in the playoffs last year. They was 9-8 in 2021. They did not make the playoffs. That was Sean Payton's last year, I believe. They were 12-4 in 2020. So they did make the playoffs to 12-14. Then 9-8. You gotta remember they lost Drew Brees too in the process. And I'm not sure they had Carr last year. He was 9-8. It was a tiebreaker, but they lost, to your point. But no, they didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, so he's making his way around to making strides in the right direction. I see better than the Falcons at the moment, but I'm not sure if he's better than the Bucks at the moment. Yes, beating Tom Brady is a thing, but that's a division game. We also say the division teams play better within their division. It'll be about their record outside of the division this year.
I agree. I just think that Dennis Allen is really good. I got a lot of respect for him. Again, because y'all see, every year he's putting up a top 10 defense. Every year he's been there. They've had a top 10 defense.
And also, the thing would be, what do the Saints do with Kamara this season?
I agree with that.
I think if Kamara's hot, then you almost got to guarantee them into a playoff spot on the years that he's not and he's injured or they just need more help outside of him. That'll be where they had the problems at. And again, Michael Thomas to me was a beast.
Yes.
And I'm not sure that you just replace that. You know what I'm saying? Olave is a really good receiver. But they're different receivers.
Right.
Michael Thomas went historically one of the best seasons any receivers ever had. I believe he only had 15 targets that went uncaught.
Right.
Like it is unheard of to have over 100-something targets and have 100-something catches.
I mean, you're right. I agree with that.
And that's not an easy thing to replace.
No, it's not going to be. I mean, and then remember this: Derek Carr last year, 3,800 yards, 38-78, 25 touchdowns, 8 interceptions.
A great season.
I just can't see 24. That's why I'm saying that you got a quarterback coming off his best season, probably, and a defense that's top 10. Offense was top 10 even as well. So that's why I say that's a little low for me. I have them 10-15 personally. I have them 10 to 15. And I think they, just like last year, I think they challenge for that division. It would not surprise me at all if they won the division.
So where was the Packers at? You got them better than Packers?
No, I don't. The Packers were at, let's go back up and see.
We're
I
10.
don't have them better than the Packers. I don't have them. They was what? The Packers was what? 10. The Packers were 10.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Packers
saying.
were 10.
The Cowboys is after that, right?
Right.
I don't think the Saints are better than the Cowboys.
Right.
Who's after the Cowboys? The Jaguars?
Yeah, I believe it was the Jags.
We could argue that. We could argue that. That's a fair argument. But
the Browns was the Cowboys was 11. Browns was 12. Jags was 13. Rams 14. Steelers 15.
The Steelers, even though Mike Tomlin always finds his way in the playoffs, and again, everybody's a playoff team except for who right there, the Jaguars.
Right.
So, like I said, maybe, and I think the Jaguars are not in the right spot. I don't think that's a good ranking for them. And I think they're too high, to be honest, in my opinion, right now. Excuse me. The Saints, by them not making the playoffs and being second in the division, has to account for something, because I believe that all of the playoff teams, unless they've gotten worse, the Cowboys, I think that's why they're ranked so far from the Eagles, even though they were the division winners, because I don't believe they got better in the offseason.
Who, the Cowboys?
Yeah. It's not that I don't think they will be better, because remember,
they got worse in the offseason. The Cowboys.
I don't think they got worse.
I think we all agree that they're not as good as they were last year on paper. What I do think that everyone has to worry about, and my only concern is that, does the chemistry help them out? They are returning a lot of players. Yes, they're missing a few players, but they're returning a lot of players. And even though bringing Zeke back doesn't scare me like it means he's going to get 1,000 yards, it's someone who's familiar with the offense that I don't have to recoach into what I need them to do.
Right.
That's another familiar face to the locker room. Somebody who's already won 12 games before. Somebody who's already been through not winning a playoff game, things of that nature. So we don't have to coach you through that, and we can use you to help the younger backs be premier backs, or be guys that we premier in certain games, because the focal point will be on to stopping you in short yardage. It's all about strategy. You know what I'm saying? And it's all about playing chess. I don't think that Jerry Jones is playing the best game of chess right now, but it also means that these players are being held accountable for the contracts that are being given. So just like I said with Jamin Davis, some of these guys are playing for their contracts based on what they're getting, and it's now turning into paying for your performance. You've either already been paid or you're under contract, and he's not extending nobody's contract. He's not giving out no extra years. He's not buying up no extra time, because you're either going to make what you're worth, or after this season, it will be some more people let go. And I think that it's either going to get run down the drain, or he's either, again, like I said, expecting that these guys are going to say, hey, y'all see we ain't getting no help, meaning that this group is the group that has to do it. They're either going to say we're going to come together. And I told y'all that I paid attention to that CeeDee Lamb interview that he had after the season ended. And he basically said, after having one of the best Dallas Cowboy wide receiver, performances in a season ever, he basically said that he was immature and could be better as a leader to the other guys. That bothers me, because when a player has his best season and he's not his best, i.e., like I said, when we were doing our show, and I'm not saying it to y'all, I'm saying it to our fans, like I said, and this was on our show, is more about the nature show and about how we approach the game, is that, anybody remember? Nope. If you don't, I got you. Patrick Mahomes, in his first year, at the end of the season, told Michael Irvin that he was pretty much on the fly with making those passes, that he wasn't looking at players and he's looking away and throwing passes, the darts that he was throwing to Tyreek Hill that we were all impressed with. And he literally said on national television, I'm not even 25%. I'm only 25% in learning the playbook. I'm still learning the game. You know how freaking scary that is for you to play some of the best football ever watched and you're not even really ready yet?
Yeah.
Your maturity hasn't kicked in yet, or you start saying to yourself, I've got to be more accountable. I've got to be more reliable to my team. That's not something that I take as just words. It has to be shown on the field, but those are good attitudes to have as any player. Again, as a previous coach, it's not about no team you play with more than the player to me, because I've watched some of these guys grow up. Not CD Lamb per se, but just players in general. And that's something that you want to see from your players as they mature into men, because outside of the field they need to be men, and that's something that you address in your life first before you do on the field. And I think that if he does have that type of approach to the game, that means he's going to help the guys around him. The guy Flannery that is on their team that they drafted, he's a really good talent. I'm not sure if he's ready right now to be the number 2, but he's a really good talent. If your leader on your team is now being more vocal and being making it a point to make the guys around him better, to make his job easier, or to let me do my job at the best that I can to help you guys get open, I think that's a dangerous combination. Dak Prescott's not a bum. All right. I don't
I
like him
agree.
because he plays for the Cowboys, but Dak Prescott has in 2 or 3 years consecutively been either the number 1 or number 2 passer in the NFL. He's
Right.
been the leader in touchdowns 2 of the last 3 seasons, and I'm not sure if it's back to back or once every other year, but he's been the leader in touchdowns 2 or 3 years and leader in yards 2 or 3 years. They've had the number 1 offense, one or a number top 3 offense 2 or 3 years. Like, we're not talking about somebody who doesn't have the experience to get the job done. He's
Right.
just being asked to do the job with what he has instead of being given extra stuff. Does that mean that this is bad? No. Tom Brady won Super Bowls with some of the worst rosters that I could give you on an NFL Super Bowl team. Not
Yeah.
that the rosters are bad players. They were all fit for their role and did it exceptionally well during those games, but they weren't the greatest rosters that we've seen in football history. So it doesn't mean the Cowboys need that big name or the big draft pick and all of that. It just means that they're holding these guys accountable for making those plays. I personally don't see this year being that, but I do worry that that chemistry is something that you can win with.
Yeah. Yeah. I
And
agree.
Zimmer's not a bad coach on defense. So
And
again,
Zimmer is like that. He's like that. He's a
yeah, if he
really
can
good
stay in the
defensive
top
coordinator.
5, top 10, and you can
Yeah.
still be top 5 offense, that's the playoffs, bro. Like you don't got to add it up no other way. Even if you got a barely, like if you got the worst record in our division, that means our division is a winning division, and we may put 3 teams in the playoffs. And that's saying that they lose division games to us or lose a game to the Eagles or something like that. They could still make the playoffs with a really good record, just because they continuously beat teams that they should beat. That's the problem that I have
Right.
with us, is that
Right.
we lose the teams that we should beat, and the Cowboys usually beat all of the teams that we don't want them to beat, and then they lose to somebody like the Cardinals and the Broncos.
Right. Right. I agree. So let's move right along. 25. Raiders. Y'all got the Raiders ahead of us right now?
I have the Raiders. So we're not up yet.
No.
Okay, so the Raiders are a team that I believe very highly on this year, and I watched some of. So I think that during the time that Dave Snyder was being removed from the football team, and the Raiders were going through their stuff with John Gruden, I think that both of us started to see certain things with our franchises, and I think that these are 2 franchises that are headed in the right direction. I do believe, and I am not willing to go on a limb. I am stating verbatim and with all confidence that at the end of excuse me, at the end of the season, neither one of us are going to be this far down on the power ranking. I believe the Raiders are going to go to the playoffs. I don't know if they go ahead of the Chiefs, but they're going to have a better record than the
Wow.
Chargers and the Broncos. I am willing
Wow.
to put up enough of that to say that Brock Bowers is going to be an absolute problem in that conference, because of how dominant tight ends are in that division, and because of how good I think you have to be able to challenge against the Chiefs. I think that the development of Bowers is going to be how fast they're able to develop. Aiden O'Connell is a really good quarterback. He's not the name you're looking for or the flash player, but he's a really good quarterback. I say that with a lot of confidence. And even though I thought that maybe Garoppolo could try to play well out there, no, they moved on from him and haven't had a blink. Since AP has become the head coach out there, Shawty has played his butt off. And I believe by them not picking a quarterback and not taking the opportunity to pick Jayden Daniels and risk losing a lot of draft capital, I believe that they kept the quarterback that they're going to have for a while. If the opportunity presents itself for another quarterback to come available in the next couple of years, I'm not saying they don't draft one, but I don't think that he's going to have a bad year. I think that he's going to have a really good year this season because of the confidence that the players have in him and AP. On top of that, I can't remember who they have at running back, but from watching the camp news with my boy, they're going to run the running back situation by committee. Devontae Adams is ecstatic for the first time in a long time being a Raider and not just feeling like he's not in a place where he wants to be or asking to be traded. I think that's a very good sign for one of the league's best receivers because there's now help that's going to alleviate him from being double teamed all the time. Excuse me.
But you have them in front of us right now.
I don't have the Raiders in front of us. I don't have us. I don't even know how you got this far down without saying this already. So
I agree with that.
But in all due respect, I understand that they're also putting the power ranking, even though we've made major upgrades, you gotta understand that we can't move up without getting on the field. You know what I'm saying? So
well, the Eagles did.
The Eagles were already good the previous 2 seasons. So that coincides that like last year they didn't win the division, but their power ranking coincides with the team that they've been over the last couple of seasons. Even if you just say from last year to before the season starts, with what they've added to the team and what they already were, they should be in the top 5 of teams. That's just fair.
It's still high for me for the Eagles, especially because of Kellen Moore. Because you're right. You look at what they've added. Yeah, they added Kellen Moore too. And so I just
Kellen Moore's not a player. You don't power rank based on the coach.
You power rank based on the coach too. I think for me,
I don't think you power rank based on the coach.
I do. I consider the coaches and the coordinators.
I would say off-season power ranking, yeah, but they didn't lose their head coach.
Right, but I believe they brought in a coordinator who's not going to make them better. I believe they lost Brian Johnson. I think he's a better coordinator than Kellen Moore, if you ask me. So I would have taken a couple notches off of that just for that.
Well, wait, man. Well, did the Eagles have the number 1 offense in the NFL
last year?
At all in the last 3 seasons? Kellen Moore.
Yeah, the year before that, I believe they did.
They did not. Kellen Moore had more offense in the NFL.
Let me look.
The first year he was with the Cowboys, I believe he did. I don't know about the second year.
Right.
If it wasn't number 1, it was number 3. But I thought that it was number 1, unless that was Dak being.
Well, I'm judging Kellen Moore off of what he did last year too.
That's fair. I'm just saying that the Eagles are overall a good team, and they've been a good team consistently over the past couple of seasons. The Cowboys, I think their ranking dropped because of what happened to them in the playoffs. I think that that's completely unfair. But I also think that they got ranked based on losing a center and not replacing the center. I think they also got ranked based on losing Tyron Smith and replacing it with a rookie. Even if the rookie plays well, you got to see him on the field first.
Okay, so the Eagles were 3rd in 2022. And Brian Johnson was a consultant. He was not. He was the quarterbacks coach. In 2022, where they were 14-3, they were 3rd in the NFL in points. Last year, they were 7th in the NFL in points. When he was the actual coordinator, he went from quarterbacks coach to coordinator.
All right.
So they were 3rd. But again, for me, it's just that with Kellen Moore and even with the Dallas season, when they let him go, they got better to me. That offense got better after they let him go. Now, don't get it twisted. I think they were good with him, but I think they got better without him. And I don't think that the wins translated with Kellen Moore on the roster. On the team. That's why for me, it's a notch below, And you can say the same thing with Brian Johnson. The wins didn't translate. They went from 14 wins in the Super Bowl appearance. Brian Johnson took over. They went to 11 wins and a first round exit. So
AJ Brown didn't play with like the last
right,
2 weeks.
yeah, they didn't have all their pieces because he did not play the playoff game. So they didn't have all their pieces. All right, Raiders. Let's move it all along. Tennessee Titans at 27,
What?
26.
What? What?
Yeah, y'all got Tennessee above us?
No,
Fuck no.
I,
no.
come
Especially
on.
not after losing Derrick Henry.
At
No.
what point is this disrespect by ESPN? At what point is this a little disrespectful by ESPN?
It's not, bruh. It's not. I'm telling you, it's based on last year coming into this season. Yes, we've made improvements on the roster, but nobody has hit the field yet. You got a rookie quarterback, and yes, maybe you should, as players, if y'all hear this, you should take this
Yes.
as disrespect. I'm
Yes.
not gonna say that you should not, but I do understand that we had a franchise worst season, bruh.
I
This
agree
was
with
one
that.
of the worst
I
seasons
agree with that.
that we've ever covered, that we've ever watched as fans, that we've ever been a part of having to be here in Washington. That's defensively, especially. Offensively, we're a running team, even if we do have a quarterback that can throw, and to not have 300 carries in a season by all of the backs and complete in total is just bad. You know what I'm saying? In my
Right.
opinion. At the
But
same
are you
token,
going to judge Josh? Sorry, are you going to judge Dan Quinn based on Ron Rivera? Are we doing that?
you're not judging Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn hasn't played a football game yet.
Right. But
And
you got
that's
him
that
at 27.
I'm what I'm saying is that Dan Quinn hasn't coached a football game with this team yet. And that's where I think the rankings are. They're not based on the roster right now. They're based on what they did previously last year. And then the upgrades are considered, but they're just additions or upgrades because they haven't hit the field yet. Would Lord willing, none of this happens. But let's give the scenario that 23 players were just signed in the offseason. During mini camp, during OTAs, during preseason, you lose 17 of the 23 players.
Right.
Do you still give Dan Quinn and all of them the same ranking going into the season, even if nobody played a game yet, just before the first preseason game? The rankings would then change. You can't change the rankings without nobody hitting the field. Even if that was the rankings before the game started, let's say that we start week 1 and we got players and we get in there and we undefeated for the first 7 weeks with 17 players that are missing. Like the power rankings can't give you anything until you get on the field and start playing. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, that franchise worst season gives you a bottom of the barrel list. The addition and roster and updating the roster, cool. We'll move y'all up 2 or 3 spots. But you gotta look at what our power ranking was last year and then look at it what it is for this year. And
Okay, last year. Hold up. So I'm glad you said
now.
that. Last year we were 31st.
Yeah, so and we 27th this year.
Right now they got us at 26. Yeah, we probably I believe we should be next. I don't know how you get us. I don't know what you do after that. Yeah, so I would think we would be next.
So we were 30th to 27th.
Yeah, let's go to the next one and let's see. Just make sure. Yeah, we're 27th. Okay, we're 27th.
Yeah. So we moved up. We moved up 2 spots. Post free
That's
agent ranking.
disrespectful.
It's very disrespectful, I think.
That's disrespectful.
How is it disrespectful, y'all? Real quick, and
I'm about to
before
tell
we
you why.
hold on, real quick. I'm
Okay.
just my question. I'm not, and this is not a projected answer. This is a question. Before they get on the field, do y'all believe that we have a shutdown cornerback in the secondary?
No.
No, probably.
Okay, so with that question, what I say to you is that our defense predominantly and majority of the time gave up a ton of passing yards.
Right.
Without a highly signed free agent or top end free draft pick, and not that saying Stewart
You
won't
got a
be
middle
really good.
linebacker though. You
No,
did
no,
get a
no.
middle.
That's a new linebacker. We weren't giving up 3,000 yards on the ground. We were
No.
giving up a ton of yards in the passing game. Our running defense was bad too, but I think it was more so on the yards per attempt. I don't think it was the yards per game given up that we were bad. At the same time, if you didn't sign a top end safety or a top end cornerback, your secondary is assumed to still be the weak point, quote unquote. We know because we've watched football all our lives that if your front seven is upgraded, your back half can't do that bad because the ball isn't being held in the hand of the quarterback to make the best decision. He has to be able to be forced into some decisions, which even if we take it off of paper with the addition of Dan Quinn, Joe Witt, the defensive coordinators and assistants that we have, you would assume that we're going to have a scheme that is going to allow for us to get pressure and make for some off-schedule plays. That's not what this power ranking is doing, and that's where I understand you guys are assuming the disrespect. I feel you on that too. I'm just saying that it came up like that.
Uh-huh.
I disagree, V. I disagree, and the reason I disagree is because I personally feel like they gave the Bears a high ranking.
Bears was 21 last year. This year they're 16.
They went up 5 spots. So last year, I get it,
How
right?
many games they win last year?
7.
How many games we win last year?
4.
4.
They won 7 games with a quarterback that everybody in the NFL except for Mike Tomlin considered a wasted draft pick and a bust. They won 7 games and they completely overhauled their offense to probably a top 5 on paper offense right away.
I don't
We
know if
did
they top 5 on paper.
on paper, you cannot name 3 wide receivers better than what they have right now.
Right.
The Texans probably give you that. Maybe the Dolphins give you not maybe the Dolphins give you that. The Texans
Yeah.
give you that. Um,
The Browns with Amari Cooper and the guy they just got.
what? That's you still got to give me a third guy.
Hold on. The
I mean, I
Browns,
get what you're saying.
yeah.
The Chiefs give
I
you
get
that
what you're
because they
saying,
got
bro. But
Mahomes, but the actual name, like the actual players and their attributes and their mismatch abilities aren't with every offense.
I
DeAndre
got a
Swift
question
is a
though. I
is an
got a
upgraded
question though.
running back.
Listen, hear me out.
Quit, quit.
So, do you think that the Bears had a better offseason than what we had?
It's up there, in my opinion.
Jerry Judy,
Is it better?
Amari Cooper, and they got Elijah Moore from the Jets.
In the same, to be fair and not to win an argument, to be fair, I think that they had just as big of an off season as us, just on the offensive side. We had one on the defensive side. We did not do anything on the offensive side that makes me feel like we upgraded that much. The person that we picked on offense that changes our dynamic of offense is a rookie quarterback. They did the same thing. They have a rookie quarterback that has had a Heisman Trophy winner, just like we have a Heisman Trophy winner. 2 different seasons, but they both have similar experience. 2 different ways. They've surrounded their team with players that fit the dynamic of that player. Our offense has to be created the same way that
Okay.
theirs has to be created, but I feel like they have players that already
So,
fit in how the NFL is structured today. We have to
so
create.
my thing is that even if that's how you feel, then
Mhm.
they should have treated us even. And if they moved up 5 slots, we should have moved up at least 5 slots.
I don't think that you made any personally. Like personally, I agree. I don't agree with the spot of the list. I said that when I was talking about the Raiders. So I'm not changing what I'm saying. I'm saying that I understand because of how bad our season was. The Bears were bad, but the Bears still won 7 games and they were bad. Okay, we only won 4 games and we were absolutely horrible. We already started last year in the rankings of the 30s. We moved up to 27 because of our offseason, not because of anything that our team was presenting going into the season without the offseason. The Bears if they just changed the quarterback, that's all they were wanted to do was just change the quarterback. And I believe their ranking would have just probably stayed the same, moved up one with how much offense they got. And they have a defense based on making a trade with us, not just because it was us, but making a trade through in the middle of the season to upgrade their defense. Their defense played better since they signed
Cincinnati moved up. They was at the end of the season.
I
They
disagree with
were
that. I disagree with
18.
Cincinnati. I don't know how they moved up. I'm confused. They
They went
lost.
up
They
8
lost their
spots.
second best. They lost their second best receiver, and I don't know where they got better defensively or what they did in the draft that suggested that they got that much better. I'm
8
sorry.
spots.
Yes,
They moved up 8 spots. They were
yeah,
18. They moved up to 8.
yes. Burrow
But what
beat
I'm saying,
Mahomes
that's
in the
what I'm saying,
playoffs, but
bro.
that was years ago, and you know what I'm saying. And he's coming off an injury. I don't agree with that spot right there. I don't know how that how they moved up that much in the spot.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying, bro. Like that's why I'm getting at what I'm getting at. I think that when you compare us to some of the other teams, what we did in the offseason compared to what they did in the offseason, even if we started at 30, we did a whole lot. We revamped our whole team. We added all pros. We added really good pieces. You
They
know
haven't
what I
hit the
mean?
field yet. Joe Burrows was out for a lot of the season. They still won games. They weren't in the top 5 of the draft. They didn't just pick a number 7 or number 10 talent. They picked in the middle of the draft, which means they had a pretty good draft too. I mean, a pretty good season too. Am I incorrect, or did they trade with somebody?
No, I believe you're correct.
You know what I'm saying? So again, their power ranking is based on the fact that they were pretty good without their best player, without the Mahomes winner. I mean, without the Mahomes beater, they still was in position to almost go to the playoffs in a division that was strong.
Yeah, I agree. I
You know what I'm
agree.
saying?
I'm just
So
saying.
But
I'm
top
not.
10 though? Top 10?
Hold on. I still disagree with them moving up that many spots. I'm not changing that they wild as I don't know what for boosting them up that much. But again, that also is giving respect to Joe Burrow and how much he means at the quarterback position in that division. You know what I'm saying? Because that's also saying that maybe some people feel like if he played, that division doesn't go that way.
That's
Yeah.
real.
I am going to say the same thing I said for us. I'm not going to make this ranking based on them not playing. What I would have did was if they were 16th or 17th or 18th last year, and this year I got to watch, I would have probably given them 16th, maybe 15th to push it further, only because they played so many games without Burrow and they were pretty good. Burrows is that good that you give them a boost in that 8 spots is crazy.
Yeah.
First of all, 8 spots is crazy over anybody who went to the play. I say that anybody that went to
Yeah.
the playoffs should be up there. The only team that shouldn't be up there that went to the playoffs that dropped was the Cowboys, and I still agree with where they got placed at. Like they didn't get placed outside of where other teams went to the playoffs at, except for the Bengals. I don't know how the Bengals jumped in front of teams that went to the playoffs last year.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. I just can't see it. I just can't see it, man. That's why I said we're gonna finish the list, and then to me, I want to go over who I think we're better than. I'll just go over who I think we're better than. You got the Giants at 28 after us. That
Yeah,
you know,
accurate.
but again, we talk about records. They had a better record than us. You know what I'm saying? They won 6 games last year.
But
The
they lost
Cardinals at
Saquon Barkley.
29. I mean,
Yeah, they lost their best player, and you replace them with a rookie at a different position, even if he is
for
good.
the Giants, yeah, okay, I
Yeah,
got you. I got you. Okay, you got the Cardinals at 29.
I can see that. I'm surprised it's not further, but I can see that.
Yeah, Patriots at 30.
Damn. Okay. I
I
disagree
don't
with
like
that.
Drake May, so I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say
No,
I think
no.
he's
See,
the next.
so Drake we haven't seen on the field, but I think the Patriots defense is better than putting them at 30. Their offense, but again, that might be respectfully so because their offense is bad.
Right,
Their offense has been bad,
right.
but their defense is pretty good though.
They say the most improved spot is quarterback. I disagree for that. I definitely disagree with that. As far as
You
the
don't
Patriots.
think you don't think Mac Jones is better? I mean, you think Mac Jones was better?
Yeah, I think Matt Jones is better than Drake May. Yes,
Damn.
I do. I do. I don't like Drake May. I think they're going to see some things out of him. I think he's the next Zach Wilson. That's what I keep saying. I think he's the next Zach Wilson. If you ask me, I think he's the next Zach Wilson. And I think I don't think that. But the good difference is, I'm not sure they're going to be. I don't think they're going to be stuck with him the way that the Jets are primarily stuck with Zach Wilson, even though he was a top 3 pick. He was actually drafted in the same spot as Zach Wilson. I would just hope and pray that the Patriots would look at the Zach Wilson situation and not give him whatever weirdo contract that they're going to give him to lock him down and all of that. Because look at the Jets right now.
Yeah.
Look at the Jets right now. Jets probably are a piece away from a Super Bowl one with that defense that they got in that running game.
Well, no, they have the pieces. They're a don't get hurt away.
Right.
Now. I feel like Aaron Rodgers kind of put his foot in his mouth before the season started, though.
Yeah.
I think that's something that was very important that he discussed recently in the recent news about Pat Tillman.
Oh
And
yeah.
yeah, I think that was very important. I was proud of it, but I also think that he should have kept quiet about that until the season was over.
Right.
He do it every season now. He been doing it every season.
And historically, what has he done in the last 3 seasons?
Yeah, he hasn't been good.
He's ended every season early.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna go with the pattern that I see. If something different changes, I'll go with that. But right now, I'll go with that's the Jets' chance of making it. Was that right there? I don't think they have the backup quarterback to put them in position.
They got Tyrod Taylor.
I think they got a defense that can get them to the playoffs. I think Tyrod Taylor, but you need the coordinator to say that, all right, this was the plan for Aaron Rodgers, and now this is the plan for Tyrod Taylor. If he can do that, because Tyrod can win some games that you expect.
Yeah.
I think he would have been the starter there in the Chargers if he didn't get hurt. I think them mishandling that is why Herbert is the starter there, but that's a whole nother story.
Yeah.
So I think he's a good quarterback in the NFL. Again, they do have a really good defense, and they got Bryce Hall in that running game, man.
Right.
Is pretty freaking good. Right now, in my opinion, they are the better team in New York. And yes, if they can get it right at quarterback, I think they are like a couple of games away from being possible representers in the AFC.
Yeah. Yeah. We got the Patriots.
Getting past Mahomes is going to be a feat, or maybe somebody else gets rid of him for you.
Well, I think their defense, just like Cincinnati the year that they beat Mahomes, I think their defense is good enough to hang with him. I think their defense is good enough to hang with him, and I do think their running game can make enough plays to where they would at least have a chance. If their quarterback was healthy, they would at least have a chance to beat him towards the end of a game. The same way.
No. If they had the lead, they're gonna run the ball.
Right. Yeah, you put Sauce Gardner on Kelsey.
Right.
No, you put Sauce Gardner on Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, maybe.
You don't got no choice now.
Right. Right. They got.
I didn't think he was gonna have success in the league, but you put John Ross with Tom Brady. John Ross' story goes a different way.
Yeah, much different. I agree. He knows what to do with that speed, and Andy Reid, who also had Deshaun Jackson, knows what to do with that speed too.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can't. Yeah,
Deshaun Jackson.
Right.
The list goes on about speeds to receivers that he's had.
Right. So, moving down the list, Denver Broncos 31. I think that's accurate. But no, I think Bo Nix is going to be good with them. So
they've already been talking real good about him. Not to cut you off, bro. You can keep going.
Yeah. No, I just think that Bo Nix is good. I had him as the highest guy coming plug in, other than Jayden Daniels, because of Jayden Daniels' feet. As far as pure passing, I had Bo Nix as far as the best plug and play guy. Immediately, I had him as the best plug and play guy. I do not go away from that. I had JJ McCarthy as one of the lower ranked plug and play guys. How they have the Broncos at 31, but they have the Vikings at 17, I think, or 18, wherever the Vikings was at, is amazing to me. I don't see it with no daggone JJ McCarthy. One guy got Sean Payton, and then Bo Nix versus JJ McCarthy and what's his name that came from here?
Well,
O'Connell, and Kevin O'Connell. I would take Sean Payton and Bo Nix. That's me personally.
look, the coordinators don't go on the field. I say that again, and I'm not disagreeing with you personally,
Yeah,
but I'm saying based on the rankings, the Vikings record last year was better. Their
not
defense.
much better though.
No, not
Yeah,
much better. But again, you also had a hurt Kirk Cousins and a hurt Justin Jefferson.
that's true.
And so you go with their ranking based on if their players are healthy.
That's true.
You're looking at better production because they've shown you that. So I can see that they started off with a better or a higher rating or a higher ranking, excuse me, than the Broncos. Then the Broncos went into last season,
Actually, the Broncos had a better record.
last year, right?
Yeah, last year the Broncos had
No,
a
no,
better. They
no,
were 8-9.
no.
The,
That's what I
the
said.
Vikings were
I'm
7
talking
and
about
10.
I'm talking about the injuries. The
Right,
injuries for the
right.
Vikings. Like the Vikings went in higher ranked than the Broncos, I believe,
Yeah,
last.
yeah.
The ranking dropped for the Vikings because they got injured, but they moved up this season because you're still looking at the team, the overall team. You only lost Kirk Cousins,
But
and
it's who you got in there. For me, it's JJ McCarthy. I just don't
no,
think
no, no,
that.
no, no.
Yeah,
Remember, I said they haven't hit the field yet. So all
yeah,
you're doing is
yeah.
projecting that the team's power ranking is based on everything else. They're based on their running game, based on them having a good defense, based on Justin Jefferson being back at full health. And you figure that, hey, you do know that one of the last times this team went to the playoffs, they had Case Keenum at quarterback. As
Right.
long as the wide receivers on fire in Minnesota, especially on turf, they usually have good production. So you're basing it just not even on the past, just basing it on if they're healthy, they can get on a roll in their division and a division too. You base the power ranking on the division as well. Even though it's as the whole NFL, you got to think that some divisions aren't that strong. And with the Bears being up there or the Packers being up there in ranking, the Vikings are up there because they in a division with a strong team. The
I,
Broncos being up there, they have the least chance of overtaking
I
the
agree.
the Chiefs
I agree. I
on
agree.
paper. On paper. Now, if Bo Nix comes out and is accurate as he was in college in the NFL, that actually may be one of the more challenging quarterbacks to Mahomes because of like so just the way that I view sports today. Like if Bo Nix in his first season goes head to head with Mahomes, even if they lose, you're now looking at a Burrows Mahomes matchup within the division.
I agree with that.
I believe that Bo Nix now capitalizes off that. Sean Payton looks at that as, hey, if we can beat Mahomes, we can beat anybody else. So now my focal point is to only beat Mahomes 2 times in a season.
Right.
Anytime we do that as a goal as a coach, we're going to the playoffs. There's no way in the world we beat Mahomes twice in one season and we can't make it to the playoffs as long as we're healthy,
I
regardless
agree.
of how we do it. So again, with that approach, because like I said, Sean Payton is one of those coaches that has to look at it and approach the game in a certain way. And if we can beat the best team in our division, the best team in our division is owning the NFL right now.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? So I do understand why they're ranked last because the challenge is just that big. The challenge is probably the biggest for him to turn that team into a winner over who's the most dominant team in the league right now.
Right.
The Raiders, I believe, have a good chance, even though they have a new coach. Their defense has been really good the last 7 games of the season. He's a defensive coach. The offense is where they need the help at, but again, with what they've drafted and having Devontae Adams, who's been amazing since he's been a Raider, like no joke.
I
Outside
agree.
of McDaniels being there trying to blow things up, he's been an amazing receiver as the Raiders, and just continue his lineage of being a good receiver on. With Brock, like I said, for me personally, with the addition of Brock Bowers, for him running a 4-4 at tight end, bruh, and the dominance that Kelsey has had in that division and in the NFL period, I don't think AP is going to shy away from trying to take advantage of every piece of that he possibly can. And again, anything that would allow the other team not to double team my best wide receiver, who I can do a Randy Moss and throw up between 1 and 4 times a game, I'm gonna win that more than 50% of the time, or about 50% of the time, if there's no double team. You know what I'm
I
saying? So
agree.
I think if they could just create those, and you all know Al Davis's motto:
Win, baby, win. Yeah.
And on top of that, you want to do what? You want to go deep,
Yeah.
go deep.
Yeah.
All right. So again, that you have the perfect receiver. You have a quarterback who I think is going to be maybe more covered on his intermediate and shorter routes. So I think teams, if they don't double team on a on a regular basis, especially if Brock Bowers can get some separation, and he's going to be able to take some plays to the house.
Right.
4-4 at a linebacker, and with a linebacker with his back turned, trying
Right.
to read coverage and now having to turn and run is not that many that got that kick like that. And if he's already on the move, and he's going to be able to run safeties over. He's a really good after the runner after the catch. I'm not saying he has a 70, 80 yarder, but I can see him with with at least 4 or 5 40-yard touchdowns this season. And like I said, those things like that will open up the opportunities for other players to make other plays. They also have a besides Jacoby Myers, they also got another wide receiver. I think Myers at tight end, who's pretty good. Who I thought they was going to use as their tight end of the future. And by picking Brock Bowers, it just adds to the ability that they may be able to have. Because again, by running by committee, you're probably going to have to run in some bigger sets. So now using Brock Bowers and Myers as tight ends, and then running, you still give yourself the ability to throw the ball and run the ball. And I really like AP. AP was one of my favorite Washington Redskin linebackers ever.
Right.
Just for him, like he had what Frankie Louvu was to the Panthers was what Antonio Pierce was to the Redskins. And I watched him since we drafted him the entire way, and everything about him. I believe he went to Arizona, if I'm not mistaken. He went to Arizona University. I watched him in college. And like I said, he just was a really good pro. When he got to the Skins, he earned everything that he did. When he became a starter, I was so happy for him. When we traded him, that was one of the worst things. I felt like how the guys felt about Sweat being gone and Young being gone. I felt like that about Antonio Pierce. For him to go and get a ring with the Giants, and my god brother, God rest his soul, is a Giants fan to the death, and that hurt my soul that he had to get one with them. I really feel like he's going to change that culture there. And make those guys accountable. And like I said, those are some of the biggest things to me as coaches, when you can get your players to be accountable for their actions. He has one of the best defenders in the league in Max Crosby, and I think he's going to turn up. I think you're going to have him turned up this year out there.
I can see that. I can definitely see that. Last but not yet, but least, last but least, Cardinals. I mean, sorry, Panthers. Arizona, Carolina Panthers. I think it's fitting. Again, I just think Bryce Young is too short. I think that was a bad experience. I think that's just experiment, not experience, experiment. I think that was a bad experiment. They won 2 games last year. Last year they were, and the sad part about them going 2-15 last year. The worst part about it is they didn't even get the #1 pick. That's the worst part about it. They didn't even have a first round pick because they shoveled it off for the quarterback that got them 2 wins. Um, they were 2-6 at home, 0-9 on the road. They did not win a road game all year last year, not even one. I don't know. I don't see.
I don't believe they end the season in that same spot. And I'm going out on a limb and saying that, but I don't think I like Bryce Young. If you go to his number, Bryce Young is not the reason to me that they were that record. I don't
I
think
think
that
he
the team,
was.
I don't think the team drafted around what they needed to help him. I think that you thought, or they thought, that Adam Thielen was going to be like the option. And though he played a
Right.
good amount of the season, I don't think Adam Thielen is what you give a young quarterback who needed who was surrounded by
Adam Thielen
speed.
had a great season last year. Actually,
Yeah,
he
yeah,
had a great season
he
last
had
year.
he had a good season. I'm saying that you don't give a young quarterback a Adam Thielen when he was surrounded by speed in college.
I
Bryce
guess,
Young
but
was surrounded.
I don't know. I can't blame Adam Thielen. Adam Thielen had one of his best years of his career. Bryce Young was 315 for 527, a 59% rating in passing. He had 2,800 yards. He started 16 games. He had 2,800 yards, 11 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. He did run the ball for 477 yards last year. So he did have some rushing. He did have some rushing stats.
Go to the wide receivers,
All right.
please.
Yeah, I got you.
Well, I just think that if you lose Frankie Louvu and Jeremy Chin on an already bad team, that you don't really get better, even if you add even if you add DK 2.0.
Okay. I just want to know what we working with here.
That receiver, yeah, okay. So their wide receivers last year, they had Chuba Hubbard at running back, Miles Sanders at running back, which was two good running backs in my opinion. They had
Miles Sanders ain't really work out with them
they
though.
had Lavistus Chenault Jr. at wide receiver. They
But
had Smith Marset at wide receiver. They had Adam Thielen at wide receiver. They had Jonathan Mingo at wide receiver, DJ Clark at wide receiver, and Terrence Marshall
DJ
Jr.
Chalk is
at
all right.
wide receiver. DJ Chalk had 500 yards.
Yeah.
Mingo Jr. also had 500 yards. Adam Thielen had 103 receptions for 1,000 yards last year. He only had 4 touchdowns out of 103 receptions, though, so that ain't the greatest. But he
and
did
was
have 103 receptions on 137 targets. I think that's really good. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know. So yeah, that's what they got at receiver. Chark ended up with 500 yards, and Mingo ended up with 400 yards, and Thielen had 1,000.
yeah. So you had three Dotsons and one Terry McLaurin. I
Yeah,
think you needed some more speed. Chenault, I think that Leggett is going to be what they expected Chenault to be.
yeah.
I
Should
think Chenault was a bigger receiver, sort of something like a Debo Samuel, and I'm not sure that he translated out. Leggett is going to be a problem. He's going to be a problem. He's no foul, like my man Roy Hibbert. In the words of Roy Hibbert, no homo. He is a thick guy. He's a thick receiver, bro. And he's got hands, he's got speed, and he is powerful. What you do to a small guy, what anybody knows that has been bullied or anybody that knows bullies, the guys that pick on the little guy always got to see somebody bigger than him.
right.
And that's what I feel like with Leggett. Chuba Hubbard is a small guy, but he's a heck of a runner. But those are reasons to me, in my opinion. I said that too in this draft. I can't remember what team it was, but you can't put. Yeah, I think it was with what's his name, Corsom. I didn't want Corsom to go to the Panthers because he's a small guy. You put him beside Bryce Young, every defensive line is going to salivate. You need to put, and I think they got a big. I think they got a big running back this year. I think Jonathan Brooks from Texas went to Carolina. You needed somebody with some size that can protect your quarterback, or somebody that's going to take those blunts of those bruises and let your quarterback to sit back there and pick teams apart.
Yeah, but I still think
But there's been success by smaller quarterbacks in the league, bro. And I ain't gonna hold you. The little guys need some support. So yes, I'm a fan because I'm a little guy myself, and I believe that you can do it. I don't think size has anything to do with it. I think you got one, given the right situation, you can have success.
sorry, let me correct that. He had 253 rushing yards. He didn't have 477. He had 253. So I want to
Bryce
correct.
Young.
Yeah, Bryce Young. Yeah, I want to correct that. And
So to me, 16 games and only having 2,800 yards, even if Thielen had all those catches, it's something wrong with your coordination. Something wrong with your offense. Like
yeah,
and he got sacked a lot. You know what I'm saying? Outside of getting sacked a lot, you got to find that maybe he's not making accurate passes.
he got sacked 62 times for 400. That was the 477 yards right there. The 62 sacks, it resulting in 477 yards.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I know, right? Like that. Yeah, that was where the 477 yards. That it was minus.
No. You lose yards and sacks. The
Right,
400.
that's what I'm saying. That's what it resulted in.
Oh yeah,
The sacks.
having to fucking get away from all of that shit. Resulted
60,
in 400 yards.
62 sacks last year. He was sacked.
That's crazy. Again, they addressed the offensive line this year. That's what I said. Like, I don't know if they went about one, the same thing I said with Daniels. And Redskin fans have been chewing my head off, and I understand fans how you all feel about how you approach a game and who you would start and all of that is good. I don't take none of that from y'all. And I don't feel like I'm a smarter analyst because I feel the way I do. These are just my opinions. Several quarterbacks are my example. Then several quarterbacks are my example who started early. I believe Jayden Daniels should sit a few games. I don't think that there's a reason he should sit a few games more than I want my quarterback to be comfortable. I don't want him to feel any pressure that isn't already there for the job you have to do. The job of a quarterback in the NFL is one, if not the most important job on the team, and being thrown into it adds pressure. Not all
Okay, so I don't know. Okay, so Bryce Young is 5'10" and 1/8, right? So that's a low 5'10", right? And so Russell Wilson is 5'11" even. And Drew Brees is 6 foot even.
I don't think Drew Brees was 6 feet, but okay.
Yeah, they got him at 6 feet 0.
Yeah, he was
6 feet 1, and it's the exact thing what they got him at 6 feet 1 and 1.83 millimeters. So he's 6.
Drew Brees was 5'10", 5'11".
Yeah, they got him at 6 feet 1 and 1.83 millimeters. That's what
Drew
they got
Brees,
him at.
Drew Brees and Coach is the same size. Me and my brother have seen Drew Brees in real life. They got the same height.
Yeah, they got him at 6 feet plus 1.8 inches. You
And
know
Coach
what I'm
was 5'10". For Coach was 5'11". My bad. So you know what I'm saying. That's why I said Drew Brees. If he's 6 feet, that's adding the cleat.
saying? Yeah. So they got him at. So that's why I say he's short. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
He has arm talent, and that's all. One, as a quarterback, your job is getting one. He doesn't have small hands. You know what I'm saying, which is not bad. So you don't have
Right.
to fumble it. Like out of 62 times again sacked, how many times did he fumble?
Oh, 60. Let's see. I mean, fumbles he had. Let me go down here. They don't have them on here. Let me see. See, they got turnovers. Hold on. Team conversion. All right, hold on. Let me look it up. 11 fumbles.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, he had 11 fumbles.
That's a lot. Nah. That's a lot.
Yeah.
If you don't throw that many picks, that's cool. But you can't fumble 11 times. That's too many turnovers.
Yeah. I mean, 62 sacks though. When you think about it, that might not be a lot. At 62 sacks, you know what I'm saying? That's people get sacked, 20 times. That's 3 seasons of 20 sacks. 20 plus sacks.
I mean, Sam got like 5 sacks. 5 fumbles.
That's true.
He got sacked almost 60 times too.
That's true.
Matter of fact, if I
he got sacked more.
Yeah, I'm about to say he might have got sacked 64 times too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And again, because you think 11 fumbles is a fumble every 6 sacks.
Yeah.
60 sacks period is just crazy though.
I mean, but again, if you say 60 sacks just like us, obviously
that's true.
Without even watching the Panthers game, you got to assume that they had offensive line problems the same that we did.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And to me, did they make changes at their coaching position?
But
I think they fired their coach like 4 or 5 games into the season.
Right. Hold on.
You know what I'm saying? Their coach I think they paid their coach out like $40 million just to leave.
Oh yeah. Matt Rule.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So again, you got turmoil.
No, Frank Wright was their coach. He was 1-10, and then Tobler took over, and he was 1-5.
So, but that's one season after
Rule got fired and got paid out early to go back to
That's
college.
why I say their owner is really bad, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So now that we've gone over
And
that,
they fight. No, this is the worst part about it. Steve Wilkes, like Matt Rule, you're right. They paid him out. Steve Wilkes last year was 6-6, and they got rid of him. And he went to the San Francisco 49ers, was the defensive coordinator, and they ended up in the Super Bowl.
Hmm.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
yeah, owner bad for that one.
You know. I'm just saying. And Steve Wilkes was good. They had him at 500, 6-6. After having your coach fired in the middle of the season.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, they deserve whatever they're getting right now. They deserve it because you should have kept Steve Wilkes. Everybody could see that Steve Wilkes was the best person for that job. It's the same thing that happened with the Raiders this year. You get rid of your coach middle of the season. This guy comes in, Antonio Pierce. Everybody's vouching. They literally was the Raiders of last year, of the year before last. Literally the same story. So, I don't know. All right, fellas, what you got for the final thoughts? We went through the whole rankings. You know what I'm saying? What y'all got on the final thoughts, man? This is
I'm gonna just say that we were way, way, way too low. We was way too low, man. I think it's a disrespect to what we had this off season and what we done. But I want them to take this personally, and the good part about being way low on the power rankings is that we still flying under the radar. That's what that means.
that
They're
I
not
do.
taking notice of what all we doing, so keep flying under the radar.
Hey, I agree with you. I also say that this also makes notes of what I said about the social media don't move media. Or social media move the needle on the media in this area. There's no way we would be ranked 26th or 27th. Social media, like I said, even on the streets, the beat is other teams and other divisions in ours and outside of ours are very worried about what we're doing in Washington. So I'm with Point. I like going under the radar because, like Rose said previously, when we all over the place, then that's when everybody is on our back. Everybody knows what's going on. I like it like that. You know what I'm saying? So if they think we 27,
Okay.
and it also goes to show for anybody that's a Redskin that's watching this or listen to it, if you're new to the area, welcome you all to the team. We love the way that you guys are being built. I love the way the practice looks right now. I'm excited for you guys. Work hard continuously to do that. But at 27, it also goes to show that our fans, what we've also said weeks ago, once the media picks up on that, they'll tell y'all. But we're tired. We're tired of the free agency wins and we lose in the season. We're tired of being good on paper and not good on the field. So as much as y'all might think that this is cool that we've done all these things in the off season, if it does not translate on the field, you guys are going to hear something you've never heard before, and it's going to hurt. It's going to sting every single week that this doesn't work out.
Yeah, I agree. My final thoughts are a little different. When you look at, I believe that this ranking comes because ESPN doesn't believe in Jayden Daniels. I believe that, like Vito said, like we said a little bit before the draft, Jayden Daniels overall was ranked 22nd or 23rd as out of all the players. They had him at 20. So to pick him second, I believe that they felt like possibly we should have drafted Drake May, or because they had Drake May ranked way higher than Jayden Daniels for whatever reason. I mean, I don't know, but that's what they had. And so maybe they feel like even though I feel like it's a perfect marriage. A lot of people feel like it's a perfect marriage. Maybe ESPN don't. Because if you look right there, when it says most improved, they said linebacker. They didn't say quarterback. Maybe they felt like we should have kept Sam Howell. Because it's clear, the other teams that drafted quarterback. With us, linebacker. They said, I mean, what you did bring in Louvu, you did bring in Bobby Wagner. So they felt like that was a bigger upgrade than what we had, which last year we did have that Cody Barton, who was terrible. So I think that goes to show too, that maybe they're not as confident in Jayden Daniels as we are. Jayden Daniels, that means you got something to prove. That means everybody's not on that train. Everybody don't think you're this great quarterback who's going to come here and change things around and have this wonderful season. You know, it could be gamblers. I call it gamblers. What word I want to use? Gamblers. Side note almost. You know, distraction. The gamblers' distraction. Oh, this team isn't good. Let's rank them down here for ESPN because we don't want people betting on them because we really do think they're good. So it could be a little bit of that going on.
And
A little bit.
I love it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah. Because nationally, a lot of people probably don't know. Yeah, they know that we drafted Jayden Daniels #2 overall, but nationally, how many people know we got Bobby Wagner? How many people know we got Frankie Louisville? How many people even know who Frankie Louisville is? Because he was playing for a team that was 2-14 last year. So they might just think the guy's not good. You know?
Side note for anybody that doesn't know, I mean, anybody that's been updated in the DC area as well, just to let y'all know, because we have you on our bet and stuff too. Gambit has been shut down. Gambit has been shut down.
What?
Not due to anything that Gambit has done themselves, because FanDuel is now welcoming the city. FanDuel is a
Oh.
bigger entity than Gambit. So now you can go to the booth and play Gambit, but Gambit online is no longer allowed. You will now be able to go to FanDuel and place your bets there.
Oh,
Which is not bad because Gambit did not have a early.
When FanDuel start? Did it start already?
FanDuel, I believe, has started.
I didn't know
Oh,
that.
okay. Okay.
If
That's
if they
good look.
if they have not, then Gambit has shut down until FanDuel starts. But I tried to do FanDuel all this weekend, and you could not bet on anything on FanDuel. No sports at all.
Okay. Okay, I think that's a good look for DC. I don't think they were running Gambit the way they supposed. I don't think they've been running the gambling thing the way they supposed to at all anyway. In my opinion, I think it's a lot of things that I would do differently. But I think that's good. That's good info. That's good info. That's good info. So yeah, I think for the people, I think this might be a Vegas move. This might be a Vegas play. Just to keep people off of the, just to keep people who don't know off of the line. Because I mean, if you do rank this team, let's say 16th, where they got the Bears at, and maybe y'all know what I say. I don't think the Bears are going to be good like that this year, and they got them super high. That could be a Vegas play too. You know what I'm saying? Which put these guys here. They got Caleb Williams. They're gonna get the attention. We know they can get some money. We can get some money out of them for gamblers, but so it's a lot of jockeying for position, I believe, going on in this preseason and in this off season. But I do think this is, I mean, just gambling aside, everything aside, I think this ranking is way too low. I think this ranking is way too low. I think at least y'all know me. I'm a big coaching guy. So at the end of the day, I do believe coaching matters. I do believe coordinators matter. I do believe position coaches matter. And even if you take the Bears and say, hey, they've done more on offense than us, they brought in Keenan Allen, they brought in this guy, they drafted Aduze, they brought in all of this stuff on offense, they worked on their line, this, that, and the other. I still think when you take our coaching staff and you take theirs, I think you would probably side with ours, if nothing else. And I think that matters. I think that matters. So my final thought is, don't believe everything you read. Don't believe everything you read. It could be a distraction. It could be a hint to something else. Again, we got a Wednesday workhorse coming up. Wednesday. Hopefully we can get to this defensive coaching staff because it seems like we're way behind on that. We supposed to do that 2 weeks ago. But again, I wanted to make sure we tackle this this ranking because it's been getting a lot of attention here around these parts. Going back to what Vito say, maybe we don't move the needle nationally. Maybe locally you think that we be moving the needle nationally because we know what's being done, but it's obviously not doing anything nationally. To Vito's point, we're not moving the needle, and so we are 27th ranked based on ESPN. And at some point in time, we'll look at the other rankings, CBS and whatever else. But according to ESPN, we are the 27th team in the NFL right now. And so that's that. All the Skins fans. Shout out to I believe Davion Davis. That's his name. He chimed in. He plays for he on the team roster right now at receiver. So shout him out. He came through tonight. Showed some love for sure. So yeah. So shout him out, man. Yeah, definitely shout out to Mr. Davis for coming through. And showing us some love, you know what I'm saying? And again, y'all got something to prove out there. Y'all got something to prove out there. You know what I'm saying? Because people don't believe you. You need more people. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna sign out. Let the guy sign out. I'm gonna sign out for Big Son. He ain't with us right now. So shout out, signing out for Big Son, signing this ETA Money Row.
Point B, I'm out.
See y'all Wednesday. Vito, my bad, Vito.
Nah, it's just I'm uptown Vito, man. I'm out.
Yes, indeed. See y'all Wednesday.